Mr. Chairman, we're live.
All right, thank you and good morning, Revenue Committee, for our second day of our fourth meeting. As you remember, the agenda has changed up just a bit this morning since we moved the gaming conversation from yesterday at 3 o'clock to this morning at 8:30, which will put us a little bit behind on previously slated agenda. But I think everybody was notified who was supposed to testify this morning at 8:30 that they've been moved back. So up to the Gaming Commission report the Department of Revenue has conducted over the past 6 or 9 months. I know they have provided copies of the report here in person, have testified before joint appropriations, and now we're asking, as it does deal with the Department of Revenue, and we are the Revenue Committee, to give us the highlights and overview of that report so we can ask some questions as well on what may be happening with the industry. And so I think Mr. Noble, I'm going to turn the floor over to you first, and then we will have some other conversations from people on the Wyoming Lottery Corp and others, other board members to join in. So with that, Mr. Noble, welcome. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Dan Noble, Director of the Department of Revenue. House Enrolled Act 94 from last year tasked the Department of Revenue with performing a study on performing a consolidation of the Gaming Commission and the lottery under the Department of Revenue as a division of the Department of Revenue. The department was to develop a reorganization plan for to meet with the Pari-Mutuel Commission, or the Gaming Commission as it's now called, and the Lottery Corporation, and to look at what that would how that would actually happen. We were to offer recommendations on operation of the gaming division within the Department of Revenue as an enterprise fund, and we were to offer legislative recommendations. I think first of all, I'd kind of like to thank both Charlie Moore and John Clance, as well as the vendors and suppliers and stakeholders that I spoke with related to this issue. Got an awful lot of valuable information from them. Both Mr. Moore and Mr. Clance were very forthcoming with information associated with how their operations function. As you know, they both operate under a commission structure, or a board, if you will, that oversees the operations of those and provides direction for them. I wanted to look into exactly how states handle gaming in across the United States. So I looked at a number of the different states around us, as well as how this looks across the nation. There are, I believe, 18 states in the union that actually have a structure similar to what is being proposed under this direction, where the department or at least a governmental agency has direct oversight over gaming in the state. There are 2 states in the union that do not offer any type of gaming or allow any sort of gaming. I believe it's Utah and Hawaii. Our states around us, Montana and Nebraska, operate under a similar structure to what's being proposed. State of Colorado is a little unique. They offer a structure under the Department of Revenue, but there is a commission that is as part of that as well. So it's a little different, but something that is already out there, fairly close to home. In order to conduct a reorganization, you look to the statutes, Wyoming Statute 9-2-1701, which is the Wyoming Government Reorganization Act of 1989. It allows for various types of transfers of either just oversight or assets, the entire organization under various types of consolidation. I think that a type 1 transfer would be most appropriate based on what is being asked of us. The type 1 transfer is a transfer of an existing agency or substantially all of the functions and programs of an existing agency to a department. That, I believe, is what was contemplated in this project, if you will. And I think it would probably be most appropriate based on what was being asked for. Wyoming currently prohibits gambling with a number of exceptions in the state. 6-7-102 actually prohibits gambling, and the following exceptions exist: the Wyoming Lottery, charitable gaming, parimutuel gambling, Calcutta, social gambling, skill-based amusements, which has a sunset date of June 30th of 2021, and then tribal casinos. The U.S. Supreme Court recently ruled that online sports betting is actually the prohibition of that was unconstitutional. So states can, if they wish to, regulate that as well. Probably the most prolific portion of this is online sports betting, and it unfortunately, while it's not allowable in Wyoming, there are still ways to conduct online sports betting because it's really difficult to monitor it. I looked at the current structure of the organizations that are out there. The Wyoming Gaming Commission is staffed with 7 employees and an additional 6 seasonal employees, contract employees that during the summer racing season that are there. It has a board comprised of 9 members, 7 from each district, and then there are 2 members, one of law enforcement and one from the tribes. The Lottery Commission has, I believe, let me see, I think it's 7 full-time staff and then a part-time draw coordinator. It is staffed with 9 members appointed by the governor. The board is comprised of 9 members appointed by the governor. The agencies have, I guess I'd say, very different focuses, but similar types of employment. Each of them has an accounting staff, a marketing staff. That's probably where, and also some level of oversight. And I think that's probably where there could be some efficiencies gained if this were to happen. The way to approach this would be to repeal the authorization of the commissions associated with these. As you know, the Parimutuel Commission, or now the Gaming Commission, is already a state agency. It is under, I believe it's a Type 3 transfer was done. They're actually a board of commission under the Department of Administration and Information currently. We would probably have to do a Type 3 transfer in order to move the Gaming Commission to the Department of Revenue, and then the board, if under the structure we're talking about, the commission would be abolished. For moving the Lottery Commission, one of the things that would be a little bit lottery corporation is you're talking about a corporation that is an instrumentality of the state. I believe that they could accomplish this by abolishing the Lottery Commission and moving the existing corporation and its assets into a state entity. That would require, obviously, the recruitment process, because these are private employees and they would have to be made state employees. So that would complicate things a little bit, but it certainly could be done. And this has been done in other states as well. In looking through our statutes at some of the things that would be done, is I looked to our liquor division. Liquor division was rolled under the Department of Revenue in 1995, and it was basically handled by allowing the director of the Department of Revenue to appoint an administrator, and that's really how it functions. When you look at both of these entities, they're already self-funded and would easily be considered enterprise funds under state revenue. So there's not a real issue with the accounting and how that would be handled. It'd be handled very similarly to what we do with the liquor division today. And since there's similar workflows, once this is rolled into a single entity, we would probably want to look at where we could achieve some synergy between agencies. The Department of Revenue has 10 field agents around the state in the excise tax division, and we have 3 compliance officers at the liquor division. One of the things that would probably be helpful and aid both of these entities, both the lottery and the gaming commission itself, would be the utilization of some of these people in the inspection processes for gaming machines and things like that. We actually are required to do inspections in a number of facilities around the state anyway, so it would really be something that you'd be spending a little extra time doing the inspections of the machines as well. So it's something that is feasible to where we could actually handle compliance in a little more direct fashion by using some of our existing employees at the Department of Revenue. I've spoken with Charlie Moore, and we're looking at whether this study goes anywhere or not, maybe utilizing some of my folks to help in his area under a memorandum of understanding in order to try to handle some of the compliance issues that they're dealing with currently. One of the things that I found in dealing with the vendors of the lottery and also with the Gaming Commission is that there is a mechanism in place already to centralize, and it already functions with the lottery and with the Gaming Commission for pari-mutuel purposes, centralized so that you have online access to the machines that are utilized in this process. The lottery uses a company referred to as Intralot, and the Gaming Commission uses a similar type of software to handle the centralization of its processes as well. This could be expanded should we wish to continue the skill-based gaming to allow for those machines to be centralized as well. So we would have online access to them to ensure that that the machines are remaining viable and accurate. So it's something that we would probably want to look at moving forward. In conclusion, I'd say this: it is certainly feasible to roll this under a division of the Department of Revenue. There are other mechanisms in place to allow that to happen. Rather than doing a type 1 transfer to the Department of Revenue, you could do a type 3 transfer and allow the commissions to continue to exist. That's really something that the legislature would have to, determine which they preferred, but it is something that is also done in other states in the country. And that's really the presentation. I will stand for any questions you may have.
Questions for the director? I'm not seeing any hand. Oh, Representative Sweeney.
So,
Go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll mark that down as 1. So, in looking back historically, where the state has been, and then trying to fast forward, to me, warrants a little bit of discussion, because when the Lottery Corporation, in my memory, the Lottery Corporation, the state really and the legislature wanted that arm's length transaction to occur. So what's out there to make us believe that in the future, the legislature might not say, we still think that should be an arm's length transaction? And if we were to make it move forward and consolidate for efficiencies, which I don't agree with, isn't there the possibility of trying to reverse the whole thing 20 years from now and go back to the way it currently sits? Do you have any thoughts on that? And I only was on the sidelines when all of that was happening. So,
all right, Director Noble, I technically counted 6 questions there, but group it into one overall question with your thoughts.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I think what you're asking me is more of an issue that the legislature is going to have to wrestle with. My purpose in this was to determine whether it's feasible to do it or not, whether it is politically expedient to do so. I don't think I can answer that question for you. I think one of the reasons that commissions exist as opposed to state entities is to provide some sort of a separation, if you will, and to provide some expertise in the communities where these facilities are located. Is it something that I can speak to as to whether it's a good idea or a bad idea? My task in this was to determine whether it's feasible to do it. It is feasible. Whether or not it is desirable is something that I think the legislature is going to have to deal with. I probably can't speak to that one way or the other.
All right, further questions for the Director of Revenue at this time? Don't go too far there, Mr. Noble. Unless anyone else has any general comments from the committee, I'm going to call, I think, on Mr. Moore next, and we'll go to Mr. Klontz. So not seeing any, welcome Director Moore to the Revenue Committee. Any thoughts you'd like to share this morning on the commission study and where you might see this going?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Zwanziger and committee members. I appreciate it, and also happy holidays. We had been waiting in the room to get into the meeting, so neither myself nor any of my staff or President Davis, who was on the call, had an opportunity to hear the first part of the Director Noble's presentation. So I apologize. We got on to that, I guess, late, or were let in late. As far as combining the Gaming Commission with the Department of Revenue, that is done in some areas. We've seen that across the country. However, the caution flag that you do see in doing some combining like that is you then have a regulatory agency that is somewhat ending up changing their focus from the regulatory duties now to more of a revenue side of the house, which we all know we need revenue. We all have the concerns about the revenue, but you end up sometimes taking your approach from that side of it instead of being just focused on good, safe, proper regulation. And also something that's important to understand, in the gaming world, it is incredibly important that regulation be there. Good regulation. Quality gaming operators all want good regulation. So you always want to keep that. And that will also attract the highest quality gaming operators. And it falls into that scenario, Mr. Chairman and committee members, of one bad apple can sour, the whole thing. And what we're dealing with right here, and why I think that it's so important for everyone, whether it's the legislature or whoever, to understand this. Good regulation affects the tribal entities, and they have done a great job. It affects the lottery. It affects everybody. So, we've always got to be very, very focused on that. Again, if I may, some of my concerns that I have with with the thought of combining is the first thing that comes to mind for me, and especially after dealing with COVID, is it's the devil in the details. And it's also my employees. While I know I have a long list of job titles that we deal with, but my employees are probably, you know, right up there with good oversight, you know, also. So, you know, then my next step down is providing the highest level of integrity and oversight. That can be combined in a multitude of ways, whether it's, you know, underneath the Department of Revenue or where we are now. You know, and then also one of my number one focuses too is the public interest, serving the public, and what's the best option for the state as well. And these are discussions that you all need to have. I am very similar, if not identical, to Director Noble in his comments. You know, these are your decisions, your policy decisions. And once those are all figured out and discussed and hashed and done, then we'll take that and implement it, whether it's a combination or whatever. Another thing that, if you don't mind, I'd like to touch on, it's the uncertainty of our landscape. Right now, as we all know, it's very uncertain out there for all of us. It's stability. Quality gaming and quality in any business world, and I think I heard it yesterday, you know, it's stability. And I did get the opportunity to listen to quite a bit of the comments that were yesterday and in your meeting yesterday. And I found it very interesting, by the way. But I think it's that stability out there and moving and shifting. We're only 9 months into the Gaming Commission right now. So allow it to stabilize. And then for us, there is a cost to making a move like this. It's the rebranding of the agency. You know, what we did to move over to the Gaming Commission, you know, I guess in the bigger picture, it's probably not a huge number, but there was a cost to rebrand that. One thing that I did jump in and hear from Director Noble that I would like to correct, if you don't mind. For us, we do not have a marketing staff. That's not what we're mandated to do. So we do not have a marketing staff. We're strictly regulation. There's nothing in our statutes other than the Breeders' Award Fund reference that talks about promoting the industry with those funds. So that the field inspector idea that we have talked about, we have researched it. I've had meetings with the Department of Revenue's different field agents. In one of my last meetings, I had asked the question, are there agents out in the field, in bars, in locations doing things? And the response I got, and I'm not sure if it's 100% accurate, but one of the other agents says, we're not getting into locations right now due to COVID. Now that may be, Director Noble may be able to correct me on that. Our guys have had to be in locations when they're open. We were mandated on March 17th when the governor signed House Enrolled Act 95 into law to sticker, regulate, and put together the skill-based amusement games out there. And we did over 300 and some locations with over 800 terminals, and we had to be out there in the field. And it was stressful, as you can all understand, having people out there with the COVID, but the guys did it, and God willing, you know, we've gotten through it real well. So I think I did submit to you all just a brief slide presentation and just a 30,000 foot kind of a look at the agency, our philosophy, our enabling statutes. I don't know if, because of the time, if you want me to get into it, but just to kind of give you a real quick update on the historic racing side of the house. Currently, since through October 31st, $5.5 million has been generated in taxes from that activity for the state and for the breeders and for the other entities that are involved. The Breeders' Award Fund, like I just said, was in that number. Or is another number is $2.2 million. We are behind a little bit from last year. Legislative Stabilization Reserve account from historic racing is $1.3 million. The agency's revenue, this is what we're self-funded, is $1.3 million. Now, understand with our revenues, whenever it goes over, we have a tip over amount that does then, when we have too much money in our reserves, that does go over into the LISR account as well. Skill-based amusement games have done remarkably well. The number there, I apologize, that is the total number in the slide that I had put out to you. The 20% tax through the 31st of October is $1.6 million. And that will be distributed similarly as we do the historic racing every 6 months, and that will start going out the first of the year along with the historic racing. And that 20% tax that rolls over, and that again is over a threshold that goes to the municipalities. 45% goes to the city and county, 45% to the school foundation program, and 10% to the agency. One other thing just to touch on that's exciting for this year, we have 50 days of racing scheduled for this year, starting at Wyoming, or excuse me, starting in Gillette, Wyoming in May, and then running through September and finishing up in Rock Springs, Wyoming. So that's an exciting summer for us. As I think I'd said, we have over 300 locations for skill games in the state with over 800 terminals. And then of course we have the charitable gaming that we're dealing with as well. Our rule process for the skill-based amusement games, I'm hoping that we can have that into the official public comment within the next 10 days to 2 weeks. At our last commission meeting, the commissioners approved the rules. They're kind of an entry-level type set of rules, I guess, for lack of a better words, that will get us moving into the rule process. But we are also waiting to see what happens with the sunsets and the changing of the law in the next session. So another thing too, that if you have the time or if you have any questions, always feel free to give me a call or email me. I'll respond quickly as possible to you all. But also take the time and look at the gaming report if you'd like. It is lengthy. There are some drill downs and some things that are quite interesting that we have included in there with the links that goes into detail into the distributions. There's also an interactive map in there. And, you know, the interactive map shows all of the locations in the state. We've also included in that the tribal locations as well, just so you can kind of get an idea of the gaming activity throughout our state. As you all know, we have over 95,000 square miles and we've got them scattered out. And the map includes too the Breeders' Award program that we administrate. Over 2,000 head of horses are entered into that program around the state as well. So take the time. You know, I'm very proud of that map as far as being able to show you, you know, just the extent of what we're doing. And I'd stand for questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Moore. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm currently not seeing any, Director, but don't go too far. Oh, Representative Jennings, welcome. Question, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Moore, thanks for being here this morning. Well, I have kind of two questions. I'm always resident to grow government, especially in the middle of a downturn. So I'm a little hesitant to think that we ought to go to putting this in the department. But secondly, my second question, I'd like to know your feelings about that a little bit. I always feel like it's better to leave it closer to the private sector if we can. But you picked up on something that I had was going to ask the director. It seems like there's potentially some conflict for the government to do the advertising, if you will. And I kind of hate to see us get involved in the marketing. How does the industry feel about if we do go putting this in the department? How do they feel about the marketing side of that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, go ahead. Thoughts?
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Jennings, good question. And I'm sure that Mr. Clonch is on the call, and I believe he can correct me as well if there needs to be. But, on the lottery side, you see that as primarily a marketing. That's what the lottery does. But with the regulatory side, like that we spend our time in, it's just something that it's not what we do. We have vendors, I guess, or permittees, and the permittees in the state, we have 3 of them currently. They are responsible for their own marketing. We license those people. We oversee those people. We do background checks on those individuals, and then it's their responsibility to do the marketing side of it. We try to make sure that we're promoting. We have a Facebook page that tries to reach out to the horse end industry and keep the Breeders' Award program out there. But as far as marketing, that's just not in our side of the house. And, typically gaming commissions are not doing marketing, other than marketing and getting the information out to the public on licensing, rules, regulations, and things like that. The second half of your question, I already forgot it. I apologize.
Go ahead, Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, I was just asking your opinion about how in the middle of a downturn, when we're looking at slashing budgets, say we put this over into the department, what your feelings might be between, what if we put it over there and then we have to cut another 5, 10%, 15%? How might that affect you guys? And would you guys survive those cuts better left alone? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your opinion, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Jennings, thank you. Again, that's a great question. Remember that we're self-funded. We are self-funded by the fees, and the taxation self-funds us. So, and we are currently, while I am incredibly sensitive to the budgets and to that, and I'm the guy that looks at every dime walking out the door or walking in the door and micromanages that. But we are self-funded. Now, with that being said, we need to be mindful. We don't need to be attempting to grow government. I've been very cautious in always doing that, sometimes to a fault. I sometimes feel like my staff and myself too, I'd rather work harder and do it a little harder, but I will have to admit the last 9 months have been a wear on us all. I think everybody is stressed to the max. If you're not, then I'm lucky to you for that. So I think to your question very specifically, in my opinion, this is not the time to be doing anything like this at this point. I think what I've learned over the years, and we all learn in business, is I think we need to take a very measured and methodical approach. And I know that all of you want to do what's best for the state of Wyoming, and so do we, but we need to take a measured approach to this. What is best? And I think and again, you asked for my opinion, so I am going to share it with you right now, is I think the first step is, what do you want to see the gaming market look like? And that is not my job. That is you all's to do that. And then the next step, and those can be kind of a tandem type of a progress on it, would be then, okay, how do we want to do this? The gaming industry, whether it's tribal, private, whatever, in our country, is the templates are out there. There's a lot of really good structures that are out there. I reach out to these people constantly at in the different states and get their ideas. But I think at this point, continue to look at how we want to see gaming in the future. I think that right now, making any major changes with our agency at this point is, it's just not in the best interest of the agency and my employees. And since it's agency employees, then it also trickles down to the public. And it jumps to the public real quickly at that point, because we want to do the best job we possibly can. So I think at this point in time, we need to go at a little slower pace, look at this and see what's in the best interest of the state. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Moore. Any other questions for the director? Don't go too far. If anything comes up as part of the discussion, certainly let you know. With that, Mr. Klontz is also here, Director of the Lottery Corporation. If you have some comments on the report, go ahead, John.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Glad to be here. Happy holidays to you. John Klontz, the CEO of the Wyoming Lottery Corporation. And just a few things. I'll try to keep it brief. And you just mentioned a few points. I would hate to see, this whole issue of consolidation be too oversimplified. Certainly, our organization belongs to the state and we'll do what we're told to do. But, as a gentle reminder, we started the lottery with no money, and there was a goal at that time, which I think still remains, of not expanding government. And just a few points that when I mentioned not being oversimplified, the technicians that we use to repair these photon machines, the people that get up on the roofs to repair the satellite link ups, the data systems we have, the technology systems we have, they're not your everyday run-of-the-mill types of things, and they require a great deal of expertise and training. So we have to remember that there's some experience based in the model that we have, and just simply using other agents to inspect this or that may not be as easy or as simple as one might think. Other issues, there are about 46 states with lotteries, and the vast majority have their lottery structured similar to ours. And the new ones, including Mississippi, which just started, Arkansas, which was not too many years ago, and both Alaska and Alabama, who are trying to get lottery bills passed, and both reached out to me and have asked me for help and testimony and various things. All of them are looking to structure their lotteries the way ours is structured. None of them are looking to structure it as part of a state agency, which would be in the industry considered going backwards, just because of the cumbersome nature of doing it that way and the expense and the lack of efficiency. And then we have some other issues, and I think Matt might want to speak on this a little bit when I'm done, but there was a Midwestern state lottery that got itself into some major trouble and into some lawsuit issues because of liability and exposure it had, being a state agency and the budgets being held up due to some other issues, and therefore the lottery couldn't pay its winners until the budget was approved. And so there are some issues with liability, and that is a large part of the reason why states structure these things as quasi-governmental private entities. And to the marketing portion that was brought up, that is one of our areas of expertise. Nimble, flexible, entertainment, fun brand, able to move and maneuver and conduct RFPs and marketing business in a way that's competitive And when I was the COO of the Oregon Lottery, which is a state agency, we had to go through a lot of red tape to get exemptions specifically on our marketing component, just to get to a point where we were able to manage the process in a way that competed with the private sector. So I think it might be just a bit of maybe it looks efficient on paper, but there would be some larger challenges that may not be as simple as one might think. However, again, we would comply with whatever the people who own the company say to do, and that's you guys. But I think some study, if it were to be pursued, I think it would deserve some more study of some of the states that are up and coming and looking at lotteries, and maybe studying the reason why they're structuring it privately, why the majority of other states don't do it privately. And I don't know of any state I know of states that have switched from being state agencies to private organizations. I don't know any that have gone backwards. But it might be a good idea to study that issue a little bit more before we jump the gun. And then there are things in terms of regulating the lottery. And I think everyone knows we have the third-party audits and the IRS audit, and we still have to comply with the muscle rules, multi-state rules, and game rules, no matter who's running the lottery. We have several industry standard compliance requirements that we have to comply with, no matter how it's structured. And we seem to do pretty good with those right now as it exists. So those are just my few comments, and I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to make them. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klontz. Is there any questions for the Lottery Corporation? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you. That's number 2. Mr. Chairman, is it not true that the lottery has to come back to the legislature anytime you've got a concept for a new game, that it's got to be approved through the legislature? So the legislature truly does have some oversight.
Sure, Mr. Klontz, if you'd like to comment on that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney. Right now, with the way our lottery is structured and the way most are, as I mentioned, when I have a game concept or we have a game concept, first of all, it has to be within the statute. So it can't be an instant game, and it has to be a traditional product draw game. So it has to be within the framework of what's permissible. And then I would go to the board of directors, and the board of directors either approves or denies going forward in phases. The way we do it is I'll ask to do research. I get that approved, or I get sent back to gather more information. Then I ask permission to go into development stage after reporting on the research results and presenting all the numbers and the data and the outcome expectations. And then I'll get approval to go into development stage, and then subsequently into the launch phase. That's the way we do it here. There are a few states that have to go to the legislature for approval. Most do not. They go to their commission or to their board, and that's the way we do it here. Although we typically, for example, on a game that is maybe a little controversial like Keno, we certainly, do that with a bit more caution and talk to legislative members about how they feel about it. But the responsibility rests with the board of directors.
And just to reiterate on that board, you do have, I'm not sure if it's statutory or not, but you do have a county commissioner, and you do have some, is there regulation on who is on your board, Mr. Clark?
Mr. Chairman, there are regulations around their service time and being appointed by the governor and so on. There's standard appointment requirements, but I don't believe there are any regulations on they have to be from this sector or that sector. However, former Governor Meade did appoint a county commissioner just for the purposes you've described, to make sure we had good balanced insight and control from the community, and specifically from cities, towns, and counties where the money goes. So we have from all walks and professions, but there is a county commissioner on there. But ultimately, it's up to the governor to decide.
Okay. And I did see Mr. Kaufman lit up his screen, and he might want to comment as well then for Representative Sweeney. Would that be correct, Matt? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, if you don't mind, I just have a couple quick remarks. Mr. Chairman, just in response response to a couple of the questions.
And Mr. Kaufman, just for the sake of maybe some members, introduce yourself for me.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Matt Kaufman. I'm outside general counsel for Cheyenne, Wyoming. And just for the benefit of those members that I don't know, I've represented the lottery since its inception, but I've had quite a bit of time Chairman, with the lottery.
And speak loud, Mr. Kaufman. It seems a little quiet on your end, and I can tell some other people are straining to hear. Good luck. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I'll speak up. Hopefully that's better.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, just to remind the members of the committee, I've been representing the lottery, and as such, have had some opportunity to work with a number, if not most, of the lotteries around the country. A number of the legal counsels for the various lotteries have meetings every month, and that's given me an opportunity and perspective to become familiar with some of the legal issues that lotteries face. And I just wanted to remind the committee that there's some brilliance in the way that the Lottery Corporation is structured as a private entity that's owned by the state. The main reason for that is it's a liability shield. There have been a number of instances where state lottery entities have been sued for things through no fault of their own. Mr. Clark referred to an example of that. A number of years ago, the state of Illinois was in a budget crisis. And as a result of that budget crisis, they could not pay their lottery limit. As many of you know, any lottery that wants to sell games like Powerball or Mega Millions are required to be state lottery member association members. And as a result of Illinois not being able to make good on its own lottery winning tickets, there was a class action lawsuit against every single muscle member lottery, which included Wyoming. They out of that litigation, very quickly and cheaply. But these types of issues happen all the time. And as has been mentioned, as a result of things like that, there's been a modern trend with new lottery organizations in the past 15 to 20 years to create them as private entities owned by the states so that you have that layer of liability protection. And it's worked quite well. And as Mr. Klontz referred to, the most recent lotteries have all been structured that way. The other reason that often comes up amongst lottery legal counsel is the dichotomy, the beneficial dichotomy that's created by having a private entity in the lottery and also a state gaming entity like the Gaming Commission. It gives the state flexibility because then you have both a private entity and a government agency with which you can contract and do things to. And so that structure has worked actually quite beneficially for a number of other states. And for that reason, obviously, we think it's very beneficial for our lottery as well. The last point I wanted to bring up, Mr. Chairman, is just there's been some mention about, again, the vendors and the retailers that the lottery has. We do have some, or I guess I should say, I have some real concerns about a number of the contracts that the lottery is under. For example, the lottery contracts to its vendor Intralot for purposes of providing the game services. I'd just like to remind the committee, there's only a couple of companies in the country that do this type of work. And quite candidly, not all of them are interested in Wyoming just because of our small market size. And so there's a lot of concern that if you try to parse out pieces of that service contract, we have, quite frankly, we have very good authority from many of the vendors that it's just not going to be interested in servicing one. So we have some real concerns about the legal consequences of trying to change those contractual arrangements and move it from a private entity into a state agency and then reduce the services. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop with that. I just wanted to share with the committee a few of those things that I've come across in my study of the lottery.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman. I hope that answered all of your questions, our Representative Sweeney. We also do have two people from the Gaming Commission Board. I see Mr. Davis's camera is on. Morning, Mr. Davis. Anything you'd like to add?
Yes, on behalf of the commission there, we were instructed to take on that enlargement of the games of skill. And they did that, the commission did that without fulfilling another position. We took on that responsibility and got that task done without adding another position to the agency. And then on the other hand, our biggest concern is the betting public. That's who and of course the equine athletes, but that's where we concentrate our efforts on, not on marketing. And that's, as Charlie pointed out, up to the permittees to do that. Some of the permittees do better than others, and it even reflects down to the games of skill and their establishments at which they're at. That's up to that establishment owner to promote all the marketing side of it, not us. We're there to regulate and make sure they're doing things legal and protecting the public. With that, I thank you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Any questions from the committee real quick? I know also Mr. Dobby is on as well, another board member. Stephen, if you had anything to add you'd like to at this time.
No, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to thank you for your time and letting us be part of your meeting.
Certainly appreciate all of you waiting from yesterday. I know it was a long day for everyone. Well, with that committee, I don't believe anyone else is here to testify on the topic, but if you have any questions, again, for Director Noble or any of the Gaming Commission or the Lottery Corporation members or directors, certainly would encourage you to ask a question at this time while I have them. I know Appropriations also got this report, and they are, I would say, carrying the water on, which way this may go, and we'll have committee hearings as well as the TRW committee. So we're not looking for anything from the Revenue Committee at this time, as far as I know, on moving this forward or stopping its momentum, but really just information for the committee. Representative Sweeney, go ahead.
I just wondered if Senator Driscoll, he's one of the key architects and thought process, I think, and outgoing chairman of TRW on the Senate side. And if he had any comments that might help the legislature, you've helped bring us to the table, I believe.
Senator Driscoll, if you have any comments you'd like to add, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks. I've sat pretty quietly through it all. I've been extremely opposed to breaking down the Gaming Commission. We were very careful when we formed that for a reason, and it really isn't a revenue arm. It was set up for a regulatory agency. And I feel really strongly that gaming needs to be held tightly in a regulatory agency. I won't make a lot of comments on the lottery end. It was set up as a quasi-private. But as far as the Gaming Commission, this concept was there when we were forming the commission. I fought it, did not in any way or fashion want to see it to go into revenue. And I think it's in very strong hands and very well run at this point in time. Their boards handled the transition phenomenally well. And I think it works exactly the way it was designed in a great fashion. And I, for one, will spend a lot of time, if there's any move to move the Gaming Commission, roll it into revenue, I will vehemently fight it and lobby against it. I was going to be pretty quiet about it. You kind of pulled me out, Representative Sweeney, but I have very, very strong feelings about it and am not afraid to bring them out. So I'd stand for any questions and would strongly encourage everybody to repel any efforts to move this into revenue or into Department of Revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Driscoll. Director Noble, I hope you don't take that personally. Any other questions for any of the presenters of the department? All right, with Director Noble, some last words, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think one of the things that I apparently, well, let's put it this way, I hope everyone understands that the instructions given to the Department of Revenue were not to recommend this as a whether this is a good idea or not. I was tasked with determining whether it was feasible to do it, not necessarily that it was whether I agreed with it or not. We were given an assignment, we conducted it, and I'll tell you, both Mr. Clounce and Mr. Moore were extremely helpful in drafting this. I apologize if I misspoke as it relates to the Gaming Commission's staff as it relates to marketing. I stand corrected on that, but the point is still this. It was not set up, this study was not set up to determine whether it was a good idea or not. It was set up to see if it was feasible or not, and that's really what I limited my comments to. And I'm not speaking in support of it or anything like that. It was just to study it to determine whether it's done in other places and whether it would be feasible in Wyoming. Not whether it was a good idea or not, just to determine whether it was feasible. And that's what I have to say about it.
Appreciate that, Mr. Noble. Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a question for any of the speakers, and including Senator Driscoll. I'd like to hear kind of your thoughts on this. I mean, my guess is we did this in part to think about efficiency and if we can save state dollars, but also in terms of what is the administrative mechanism so that we can think about more revenue generation. And so it seems to me, and so I'm just curious if any of you see administrative change, either getting us kind of savings in state dollars or a bigger ability for revenue generation.
Anyone want to jump in on that question? I mean, I guess I fundamentally agree. In my my belief, you know, we actually have some opportunities to increase some revenue generation in this area, and I think it's got I shouldn't say out of control, but it's certainly proliferating without, in some cases, what I believe is enough regulatory oversight. Whether that should come from the state government, I'm not a huge fan of. But where I'd like to take gaming in Wyoming, you know, is probably double the revenues we're getting now, and allowing some more flexibility for the Gaming Commission and the Lottery Corporation. But that does come with some significant further oversight and making sure we have, you know, the correct people on those boards and some type of oversight. I dare say regulation. You know, as we grow, there has to be some level to keep the public confidence. So if anybody does have, Senator Driscoll, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I agree fully with what you said. You just made a great statement for the Gaming Commission, and that's exactly what it was decided to do. As legislature sets policy, they decide whether they want more or less gaming, and they set the boundaries, and the commission handles it. And to me, they've done it well. It's self-funded, which keeps it pretty lean because we keep them trimmed up to where they need to be. My thoughts are really strong of how it falls, and we've put the framework in place to be able to handle whatever comes in front of them. They've done a great job, and it can go anywhere from gambling going less or gambling going more, revenues being less or revenue being more. We dictate to them, and I think they've been very receptive towards that end of it to us. Second part, apologies to Director Noble if it appeared that I was attacking him on what he did, because I certainly didn't. I think you run a fine agency and do a great job, and I took it exactly what you said, is that you were tasked with doing something, and as usual, you did a thorough job of it and a good one. And I tend to think your agency is a great one. I just don't think that handling gaming is a good fit for revenue. It really needs to be exactly where it's at now, with a good mix of legislative policy mixed with a citizen board that the governor's put in that handles it well. And I think it's really incredible what gaming's done in the short period we tasked them. When you look at what we were at a year ago with skill games and where we're at now, and I think you get a taste of how efficient they can be in doing what they're doing. So I think we're on the track. We just got to give them some time to mature, and then the legislature has to decide what they want. And that's one place I never weighed in when we formed the gaming commission, was whether I was pro gaming or anti gaming. It was just, let's have a handle on what's going on and truly make it where gaming is done in a fair and equitable fashion if we're going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kaufman, go ahead. And then we do have one public presenter that I know of here in Cheyenne after Mr. Kaufman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to respond to Representative Conley's question, last year, the lottery was asked by the Appropriations Committee to report on just that. Were there any ideas from the lottery as how revenue might be boosted? And the two ideas that the lottery presented, one of which was a bill last year, which made one production, but currently there's a prohibition in the statute that lottery games can't involve a game where a player would have to contact the machine. And so lottery, in the process of rolling out Keno, which is an authorized game under our current statute, the modern way of doing Keno is to have a kiosk where players can walk up and punch in and buy their own ticket, so that bartenders and restaurant waitresses don't have to be the go-between. And so there was a bill last year to launch those Keno kiosks. We believe that with the launch of Keno would be a large revenue. The second one, which is the very low-hanging fruit, is scratch ticket prohibition. Obviously, there's a prohibition in the statute that the lottery cannot currently sell scratch tickets. We understand that that was a political trade-off in the original passage of the lottery. But we continually hear from our player base that they drive to Colorado to buy scratch tickets. It's a very popular game. And we think that would be low-hanging fruit for boosting revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Moore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. To speak to Representative Conley's question, and thank you for that question. I get the opportunity, no different than Mr. Noble, to go in front of Appropriations Committee each and every year. And I've done that for over 13 years, working our budgets, going through our budget. But with that, something that's quite interesting, right now, we are projected, across all of our series of expenditures, we have 20% that is expended so far, and 80%, or 20% that's obligated, and 80% remains in our budget. So what that says to me is we are on track with a budget that was not designed to be taking on the additional duties of House Enrolled Act. We're doing that. We have cut all out-of-state travel. We have had zero out-of-state travel. We have minimized extremely our in-state travel. Now, with that being said, board, my travel have all been cut back extensively. Now, my two investigators, that's a different story. One of my investigators the other day put on 1,600 miles over a span of just a few days, and traveling, and investigators are out and about in the state. So we've reduced that obligation, and we continue to look at that. We continue to look at our 900 series as well, and try to look at efficiencies there in reducing some of our contracts. Our 900 series is rather large, but we are looking at combining some of those third-party auditors that we do hire. We are a state agency. We go through all the same processes. However, we are self-funded. So thank you for those questions, but also something that you understand in the gaming world. And this is kind of I don't know if it's a mantra, but it's very much how the gaming world looks at this, whether it's the lottery as well. As public confidence is gained, the wagering activity will rise. So what that means, we have to lift the regulatory side, but that in turn will lift, hopefully higher, obviously, the revenue side. And we are seeing that even in a downturned COVID economy with closures. The off-track wagering locations have gone ahead, while some of them aren't required to close early currently, along with the governor's orders. They are still seeing their activities go up. So thank you for the question. I hope that maybe helped give you some insight. Representative Conley, thank you.
Okay. Let's go over to public comment if you're ready. There's a button that says push.
Okay.
Turns green.
Good morning, members of the chairman, members of the committee. I'm Greg Hunter from Laramie, Wyoming. I want to say that I've read the entire report, and I want to start out by saying that I believe that parimutuel and horse racing are the best, as there's a great deal of information in here. And if you look at Exhibit E about what horse racing provides to the community, if you want to really look at something that's called a trickle down, a bet, there's nothing better than parimutuel for the community and for all the racing. I would love to see racing come closer. I've been involved in racing. I'm not being paid by anybody. I love it. Unfortunately, I don't get a live view. However, when I looked at your report and I looked at the expansion of gaming, I don't have much opinion on skill-based games. I looked at, skill-based games. So the option 2 would be VLTs. I just think that's almost, I know the lottery is under your state, kind of the worst bet you can make as a gambler. So those lottery would probably cannibalize the horse racing, the historic horse racing industry. I was absolutely flabbergasted the amount of money that's bet through the horse racing industry, through the historic horse racing. I actually had to go to Exhibit D, page 21, to figure out where my bets occur. And I can gamble right now. I can bet on horse racing. This will be the third race in Ireland. I can bet on it right now. As a matter of fact, I didn't really realize that. So my bet can be tracked, I think, to this IP address. I'm pretty sure. And so when I go around the state and I look at bars and places like that, I've actually gone to the Alibi bar to go to a, on Derby Day. Well, I'm sitting there, I'm betting, and I'm starting to take action from other people because they don't realize that Wyoming offers this online betting, that they can actually bet whatever they want. And I can sit there, and I didn't have enough money to pay out, so I can only take so much money. But, next May, if I need some cash, I may show up and help the Alibi out. So that goes to the marketing part of the Gaming Commission. There's so many avenues to direct money. So when I look at this particular app, and then I look at option 3, where you're talking about clarified brick and mortar, I believe the option is already there to jump into sports betting. Now, I mean, all this is already being done. It's already being tracked. My belief is you should also give the bars that where the bets come from some sort of break back, because they are paying a lot of money for these feeds that come in. As a matter of fact, I've tried to bet at the off-track betting in Laramie, and they don't have enough money to buy the feeds for Aqueduct and the places that I like to bet. No offense, but as I said, I think it's a much more educational bet. This is the Daily Racing Forum. I don't know if any of the legislatures ever gone through it. This was from last year. It happened to be in my car. I spent some time in Del Mar. I'm also probably part of this illegal, I guess, for the last 20 years. I bet $1.30 per game on the NFL against the spread. So I believe that if you look at the TVG and Exhibit D, and you could really have the legislation go in and say pretty much whatever that, I think it does give the legislative number, Exhibit D, page 21. It gives where this was approved. You could probably just copy and paste that. If the Gaming Commission looked at, FanDuel, I read every one of those as well. You could really probably expand gaming like that with the legislature. And to think that you're going to have a bricks and mortar, that's over. I just believe everything's going to be online, and that you're going to have a much more expansion. And I do believe you need a marketing because, like I said, when I talk to the bar owners, and I've talked to quite a few in my time, they have no concept of what you could do with gaming, whether it be sports betting or Derby Day. And I do have a nice account because I did okay at the Breeders' Cup this past few weeks. So I just wanted to reiterate, when I read what you have here, you already have the kind of stuff in place to go forward as rapidly as you could, and you could start getting revenue next year. So I want to thank you for your time. And and if you want me to go into Exhibit D and say why, horse racing's the best and all those things, I really would, as the legislature, continue to drive money to the purses and to the thoroughbred owners and breeders kinds of thing. If you look at Churchill, they're offering $95,000 for a maiden special weight. $30,000 of that is from the thoroughbred fund. So if you're a Kentucky bred, you get an extra shot at $30,000. So I just wanted to point that out. I've been in the racing game for a while. I've owned horses. I think it's a fantastic thing, and Wyoming would do benefit who, we're the horse people. Thank you very much. I'll stand for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? I think there's some definite promotion of maybe the Gaming Commission having a marketing arm more than they do.
I think they do need a marketing arm to help some people out. It would be nice if you give, like I said, bar owners a shot so they would, because we're concerned about them, and they're some people aren't, but they could use some money back for the investment they make on all those feeds for the NFL tickets and all those kinds of things. And if once that and believe me, I educate a lot of people on how to make a bet against the spread and all these kinds of things. So it's if you want, but I could never give you a horse tip because I always like to watch them on the track. I believe you can look at a horse and know when it's going to want to win. So, but I have all the data too. So thank you very much. If there are any other questions, I'll take them.
Representative Blackburn seems to have a question. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I'm just wondering, what is that flag around your neck?
Go ahead.
I went to the Who concert in 1982 and I bought a bandana, and I have never used it until COVID. So this is the Union Jack, if my understanding is correct, of the Who. 1982 was when they came back on tour after the disaster of 1979 in Cincinnati. I watched them at Rupp Arena. I went from the back of the concert to all the way to the front. Ended up with this particular thing, and now I have it. Thank you very much. If there's any other questions, I'll take those as well. I have a horse tie on too.
Yes, you do. Any other questions? Always careful to ask. All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
Sir. That was best part of my day so far. All right. Committee, any other questions on the gaming report? Certainly, I know the Lottery Corporation and Gaming Commission are always available if any legislator has questions, as well as Director Noble on the report. And sounds like Senator Driscoll has some thoughts if that gets before the legislature this year. So stand by, but at least you now have the information. Thank you again, Director Moore, Director Klontz, Mr. Davis, Mr. Kaufman, Mr. Dobie, all for being with us this morning and waiting until today to present. It was a great way to start off, I think, our Friday morning here in Cheyenne. So have a happy holidays, and thank you again for being before the Revenue Committee this morning.
Thank you, sir.
With that, committee, we are going to go on to alcohol taxes. We just discussed giving some bar owners some shots. And so you'll remember from our last meeting, we did have a bill to bring forward on 21 LSO 136, the alcoholic liquors markup amount. We discussed how the markup worked. And so here this morning is Mr. Hewitt from LSO to walk us through the statutory construction and the bill draft. With that, Ted, if nobody has any opening questions, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ted Hewitt, LSO staff attorney. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this is 21 LSO 136, working draft 0.3, and it does amend the maximum state markup amount on liquor and wine. And you can see that maximum amount on page 2 of the draft. It's on line 10. The maximum amount is 17.6% when the state sells liquor or wine. You'll note that that amount is stricken, and there's a insert percentage for the committee, so the committee can insert the maximum markup amount that it would like to impose. Next, the bill draft has a staff comment, and that provides the statute that governs excise taxes on liquor and wine and beer. The committee discussed amending or repealing that at its last meeting, so I've included that language for the committee's consideration there at the bottom of page 2 and on to page 3. And one final note for the committee, there is another tax that's relevant in the liquor code, and that's a tax on out-of-state wineries that ship directly to Wyoming households. And when they do that, there's a 12% tax on those sales. And so if the committee would like to amend that and include that tax in this bill draft, it certainly can. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee for Mr. Hewitt to start us off? Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hewitt, is there a kind of a fiscal note that's attached to it? And in particular, I was looking for kind of a fiscal note that kind of did that exchange between the markup and the excise taxes, and at what point would it be equal? And then at what point would we be generating more revenue with raising the markup?
And Mr. Hewitt, since Mr. Temte from LSO signed on, I'm guessing he will field that question for you. Go ahead, Dean.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Representative Connolly, the October 2020 Craig forecast includes a component for the alcohol markup, and that amount is $18.6 million per year going to the general fund. At the current rate of the 17.6%, if you just divide those out, that means each percent raises about $1,050,000. To answer your question in regard to the break even for liquor taxes, I would invite Director Noble to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the current liquor taxes raises about $2 million a year. So the break even would be about 2%, close anyway.
Okay. We'll take that as the answer to your question for the time being, Representative Connolly. Any other questions for Mr. Hewitt or Mr. Temte on the bill? Follow-up, Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My quick look on the internet over the past week indicates that other states that just have markup, 25% seems to be like the lowest. Did anybody do that research and take a look at that?
Mr. Temte, I'll let you answer that if you can.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I have not looked into that.
Okay. All right, seeing you good, Representative Connolly?
Let me just add one more, and it might be for Director Noble. I'm curious about how many states do the combination of both markup and excise taxes.
Director Noble, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Connolly, I could certainly get that for you. I don't really have the figures. I know some of them do both. Some of them just have markup, and some of them just have the excise taxes as they're listed too. So it depends on the state. It's pretty much all across the board. And it is one of the things that makes it really difficult to add a fiscal note to some of the, you know, how states rank as it relates to, you know, what their tax structure looks like, because it's all over the board. There's a lot of different ways this is done.
Okay. Representative Sweeney, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a follow-up to that, Director Noble, is in looking at that, is that control states only all over the board, or it's just in general all over the board?
Director Noble, if you know.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I believe that it's all over the board across the states. I know that, I'll give you an example. State of Washington used to be a control state. They are now an open state, but they still assess a markup, and I believe they have excise taxes as well on their product. So it's like I said, it depends on the state. You know, we've always had the two, and just to kind of give you an update on where we're at right now, this last fiscal year, we were at over $20 million. I think $20,700,000 in revenue, and that is a combination. That $21 million or $20 million is a combination of the excise taxes and the markup itself.
Okay, thank you. With that, and seeing no further discussions from Mr. Hewitt at this time, or Mr. Tempty, we do have, I think, 8 people here for public comment. So I'm going to head and let Mr. Lewis in. So welcome, Mr. Lewis, to the Revenue Committee. I know your audio is connecting right now. It says connected. The floor is yours as soon as you're ready. If you can hear me, Mr. Lewis. I think you're muted. There you go. Morning, Todd.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Todd Lewis. I'm the owner of Cheyenne Beverage. I'm also on the Wyoming Beer Wholesalers Association board. I basically just joined this call to answer any questions you guys may have around malt beverage, excise tax relating to the markup of beer. Our association stance is basically to leave it at the current rate. The reason we kind of say that, alcohol is a regulated product, and by keeping that tax where it's at, it just kind of distinguishes it as that regulated product and differentiates it from other products. So with that, I'm basically here for just any questions you guys may have around that.
Certainly appreciate it. Committee, any questions? Primarily on beer as well, but seeing none at this time for you, Mr. Lewis. Do appreciate you joining us this morning, and maybe we're all questioned out after a Friday morning this week. So certainly appreciate your time and your work at Cheyenne Beverage. And we'll let you hang out in the room for a bit just in case a question comes up, if that's all right.
Sounds good.
Next up, Ms. Leininger. She's currently connecting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Monica Leininger, speaking on behalf of Powder River Basin Resource Council and our members. Our organization is grassroots with over 2,000 Wyoming residents with historic roots in the Powder River Basin, including our farmers and ranchers that we represent. We stand in support of this legislation today, Mr. Chairman, and I'll have the committee know that in over 40 years, our organization has never supported an increase in the alcohol tax. Our organization has had to have hard conversations about tax increases with the current budget deficit and what we will see in the future. And we support tax increases for funding our core public services, diversifying away from fossil fuels, and progressive rather than regressive taxation. We know that this is, once again, another short-term solution to fund our essential public services. And I really believe that we're just nibbling at the edges of a larger structural deficit that we face. I will say that our organization has some concerns about the coffee can strategy that the legislature will many times opt for. And that's where the legislature will dedicate a certain revenue source to a specific purpose. We believe that that makes it really difficult to maintain these essential public services if we see a decrease in one narrow revenue source, such as our mineral resources here. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll say that this is small potatoes and we need bigger structural advancements in our tax code, but I'll stand for any questions, and we stand in.
All right, questions from Ms. Leininger from PRBRC? I'm not seeing any either, Ms. Leininger. Thank you for being here with us this morning. I also think we let in Ms. Grott. Welcome back to the Revenue Committee. Laura, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Laura Grott with the Wyoming Beer Distributors Association. And since you called on Todd first, I would basically just reiterate that we are fine with the 2 cent excise tax. Obviously, we don't want it to go higher, but because it is a regulated item and it distinguishes it as a different item than a soda, energy drink, water, we would be in favor of keeping that excise tax.
All right, thank you very much. Committee, any questions? Ms. Grott? All right, we'll keep you in the room as well in case there are any. All right, with that, we have some in-person public comment. Welcome, Dave. Mr. Pickard, to the Revenue Committee.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. My name is Dave Pickard. I'm representing Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits and Republic National Distributing Company today. These companies are 2 of the nation's leading distributors of wine and spirits, and in control states like Wyoming, play an important role as brokers between alcohol producers and retailers. We are opposed to any increase in the markup or in the excise taxes on spirits and wine, and I have just a few points that I'd like to make for our reasoning. First off, we're in this environment today because of COVID-19. It's had a devastating impact on the hospitality and beverage alcohol industry, with job losses and permanent small business closures. In fact, according to a statement released by the Independent Restaurant Coalition, over 2.3 million restaurant jobs have been lost since the beginning of the pandemic, and an estimated 1 in 6 restaurants have been forced to close. In general, tax increases harm sales that result in these job and income losses. And I'm sure my colleague will provide some more evidence when he testifies, but it's important to mention often that cross-border sales certainly will come into play with any type of increase in the markup or in the price of the product increase, especially in a county like Laramie and Albany County, where you have such low prices, just literally 30 to 40 miles south of us. We'd also like to point out that although Wyoming does a pretty good job, what we're finding in other states is that the Department of Revenues, or the collection agency that is in charge of excise tax collection, really needs to focus on capturing the lost revenue because of the illegal and gray market sales coming into the state. And Wyoming's not immune to that. I'd just briefly like to mention, on the markup side of it, it is considered and has been for the life of the commission, and then going over the Department of Revenue in 1995, that the markup is an ad valorem tax methodology on the product. And what that simply means, and you've seen this in the growth over the course of the last several decades, but as the price of the product goes up, so does the amount of revenue that is generated because of the nature of the way the markup is applied. So, Mr. Chairman, I mentioned I'd be brief. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I'll stand for any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Pickard? I'm not seeing any from the committee right now, but certainly thank you for joining us this morning and
thank you
bringing the viewpoint. All right, committee. I don't think I have anybody else public comment. You do. Come on down, Mr. Mosier.
Mr. Chairman, are you still there?
Is your green light on?
Yep. Oh.
You have to start over.
Okay, good.
Got it.
We set? Okay, it was popping back up. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mike Mosier, Wyoming State Liquor Association. Wouldn't seem right if I didn't say something about this. First of all, I'd like to point out this has been considered, or these concepts have been considered for some years. I remember back in Tax Reform 2000 when I was involved in that, and I know I don't seem that old, but I was but a child when it happened. But alcohol and tobacco taxes were right at the top of the list. They were the first two, if I remember correctly, which led me to some amount of freaking out. And so I did my testimony, and all of a sudden, those two taxes plummeted off the list. They got dumped like a bad prom date. And I'm thinking, man, I did a great job with this because my testimony must have been so compelling. Well, I was talking to one of the chairmen, and he said, you did okay, but it had nothing to do with your testimony. He said, number one, it's not broad-based. Number two, it's regressive. And number three, it doesn't raise any money, even if you do it exponentially. And so that's why I'm a little surprised, actually, that we're dealing with alcohol taxes this year, because our problem is so exponentially larger financially than what an alcohol tax will do. That being said, and I didn't approach the Taxpayers Association on this issue simply because we're still dealing with a placeholder bill. But first of all, let me address the markup. In 2004, the profit from the markup to the state of Wyoming was $6,869,000. 15 years ago, it was $6.8 million. In 2019, it was $16,650,000. So that funding stream benefited the state of Wyoming over 240% increase. Now, if you're thinking, my gosh, we're drinking too much, that's not really the connector there. Excise taxes did go up. Excise tax collections went up about 50%. But the majority of that, and that's the advantage of an ad valorem tax, is people are buying more expensive product. 25 years ago, if you were pouring wine in a bar, it's probably out of a 4-liter bottle. Now, people like expensive, nice wines. And so that's where a lot of that advantage of the ad valorem is. However, the problem is with the markup is it is a direct reflection on increase in price. If you go to 25% from 17.6, that is approximately a 7.5% increase to the realized cost of on and off premise retailers, clubs, bars, restaurants, et cetera. And that's where the cross-border sales get so serious. As Mr. Pickard mentioned before me, we compete with privatized states such as Colorado. Those states, large corporations can buy at really deep discounts. Here, with the liquor division, does a good job basically charging everybody the same thing. And so we don't just compete with each other. We compete with Fort Collins, we compete with Scotts Bluff, we compete with Rapid City, because those price-sensitive items will drive people over the border. Now, one of the things that I would like to point out, even though it really hurts me to say this, is I don't support getting rid of the excise tax. I see taxation on alcohol in Wyoming as being a 3-legged stool: sales tax, excise tax, and the markup being the third one. Now, bear in mind with excise tax, we're not just talking about Wyoming excise tax. The federal government taxes a lot more than Wyoming does. For example, on a 750 milliliter bottle of 80 proof spirits, such as whiskey, the federal excise tax is about $2.14. So a $10 bottle of whiskey, you got over $2. It's already federal tax. Then you add the 17.6% markup. Then you add the state excise tax. Then you add the sales tax, and you're getting a pretty hefty chunk of the price of that bottle. Lastly, and I will not take much longer unless somebody has specific questions, let's ask ourselves who we're taxing. Well, first of all, we're looking at taxing our customers in pretty tough economic times. But the other thing is, and once again, Mr. Pickard alluded to this, we're taxing small businesses. Interestingly, with excise tax increases, the only people I get freaking out for the most part are packaged liquor stores, because off-premise sales are so sensitive to cross-border. But when you talk about increasing a markup, everybody starts freaking out, because that's a flat for example, up to a 25%. That's a flat 7 to 8% increase on the price of your product. That increases your pour costs, it increases your expenses, and it increases probably what you're charging your customers. Bear in mind with alcohol and with tobacco, but with alcohol in this case, it is the only product a lot of us carry. And so it's highly price sensitive, and it's what we rely on. If you talk about a bar and a club or a packaged liquor store, we're increasing the price of a product, the only product they primarily carry, unless they also do tobacco. And so this is an incredibly tough time in the industry. I have friends that I've known for decades that are in danger of going out of business or may not have survived so far. And increasing a targeted tax on one specific industry, primarily composed of small businesses, to me at this time is a disaster. It's like seeing your friend running short on air and running over and putting a pillow on his face. It's just not, to me, an appropriate thing to be. If we're looking at a broad-based tax like a sales tax, if we're looking at a property tax, I can understand that. But here we're targeting hundreds of specific businesses on the only primary product they sell. And so therefore, I would ask you to defeat this concept. Keep the three-legged stool. The 17.6% markup works out quite well. If every tax or revenue stream we had increased 240% over the last 15 years, we wouldn't be talking about increasing taxes. And so I think we deserve a gold star rather than a tax increase. And with that, Mr. Chairman and committee, I will be happy to take questions.
Questions from Mr. Mosier from the committee. Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Mosier, you know I have to ask you a couple questions. Can you tell us how much liquor sales have increased in the past year in the state of Wyoming?
Mosier.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, not off the top of my head. I've seen mixed reviews. We are moving more alcohol, but it's cheaper. It's responding a lot like a regular bus cycle in Wyoming, where you move more alcohol, but it's not as expensive because people are on a fixed budget. So you're finding shortages on product, and there are national shortages on product now, especially with whiskey and tequila, products that take longer to distill, where you're running into some shortages because nationally they're selling better. They're not the upper end necessarily. They're mid-level or lower end. So I haven't seen the figures, Representative Connolly. I've heard anecdotally sales are up across the country, but bear in mind too, when we talk about packaged liquor sales, which is a lot of what people are saying is up in sales. In Wyoming, approximately a third of the packaged liquor stores are also on premise, so they have bars, restaurants, that sort of thing. So even though the packaged liquor store side may be doing healthy, the rest of the business is struggling, and in some cases, the packaged liquor store is the only thing keeping that business afloat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask another?
I knew you would. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mosier. Certainly everything I've read has indicated that alcohol sales have really skyrocketed. But I am curious that even though we are a control state, there is a lot of ability for individual marketers to price a bottle of wine or bottle of spirits how they like, so that even again that we're a control state, the same bottle of wine will cost differently in Laramie, Casper, or Evanston, and just kind of in some ways based on that particular market and that particular owner distributor. Isn't that true? And so and what I'm getting at is there's lots of discretion that's available in individual markets.
Mr. Mosier, would you agree with that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, is there a lot of leeway in marking product up? Yeah, but not if you want to stay in business. We compete against not just each other, but other states and online in the case of wine. And so I agree that we have leeway. We all pay the same for the product from the liquor division in this case of wine and spirits. But on the other hand, markup, and I managed corporate retail back in the old days before I got a bar, markup and pricing in alcohol is highly sensitive. I can't speak for anybody else but me as a lifelong male. I can tell you, I may not remember how much the whole wheat noodles are supposed to cost, but I can tell you what my favorite beer is going to cost. And I can tell you if the place across the street is more expensive. So I don't know about anybody else, but I think it's generally we can say that it's a very price sensitive issue to a lot of people. And so, yeah, you can mark it up, but not if you want to stay in business long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Connolly. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how do we respond to constituents when they say, how come we haven't increased taxes on products since prohibition?
Sure, Mr. Mosier.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, because we haven't had to. With the markup and the ad valorem aspect of the markup, we take in over 3 times more money per capita than Colorado, who relies on excise tax alone. So once again, it goes back to that 3-legged stool. Ad valorem taxes have a way of making up over time as sales increase and prices increase. And so if we were just an excise tax state, maybe it would be a different discussion. But since, like some states don't tax alcohol on sales tax, a lot of them don't have a markup. There's less than 20 control states that have a markup at all. And so in Wyoming, it's a different conversation. Without the markup, do I think we probably would have had excise tax increases? Quite likely. But since that ad valorem aspect allows things to grow, I think that's part of the discussion. So tell your constituents that we're still bringing in lots of money off alcohol. It just doesn't have to be off excise taxes like it is in other states.
But Mr. Mosier, it is fair to mention that we are a control state and we have a closed market system in many respects, which I'm not sure you want to use the word inflate, but that does play some semblance in the conversation of the revenues we get, because in a closed system in many places in Wyoming, you only have 3 or 4 choices of purchase of product. Would you agree with that? That at least plays a role?
Mr. Chairman, I think I get your question. I mean, in some parts of Wyoming where cross-border sales, I mean, for example, if you're in the middle of the state, you're going to pay whatever they're going to, unless once again, it's wine, which you can order online. So there is some competition there, although you can't sell online listed products, but it could be greatly similar. That being said, that's the middle of the state, and almost all of us, and those of us who've been down to Colorado or Nebraska, in many cases, those privatized states, especially the large corporate chains, are able to purchase things at a lower price. And I don't want to drive people south. And now that we finally stopped them going down south to get lottery tickets, I don't want to drive them there to get alcohol.
Further questions, Mr. Mosier? Seeing none at this time. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Taxpayers Association, nothing on this topic. All right, I don't see anybody. Oh, Miss Spiker, welcome. Amy, you've been patiently waiting. Welcome to Revenue. Take it over and ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Amy Speaker. I'm a board member of the Wyoming Public Health Association, and we provide education on public health in Wyoming for the public. We hold conferences and trainings for public health practitioners, and we try to provide information to you all as decision makers as you face these difficult challenges. I do want to just mention that I was first drawn to public health because of its emphasis on prevention and prevention for entire communities, not just individuals. So I think the bill before you today kind of highlights both of those aspects of public health. In Wyoming, I think we value paying our own way, and alcohol use has real costs for individuals and for our state. There are both negative short-term outcomes for things like motor vehicle crashes, violence, and high-risk behaviors that also contribute to long-term outcomes like alcohol dependence, cancer, and mental health issues for those that use alcohol. And those long-term outcomes can also negatively affect our state, including lost productivity, family issues, and unemployment. Nationally, alcohol is responsible for more deaths than gun violence, car crashes, and the current opioid epidemic, as well as HIV and AIDS. Taxation is an effective tool to decrease consumption of alcohol and its related harms. The Centers for Disease Control estimates that 10% of the alcohol, a 10% increase in the cost of alcohol is associated with a 7% decrease in consumption. And I know the reason you guys are here today is because of the historic economic situation we're in Wyoming, and that is leading to a lot of really difficult decisions for you all. And I understand that the alcohol tax in front of us today doesn't come close to addressing the $500 million, the budget deficit, and even with the $500 million in cut that you've already worked toward. But I do feel that the scope of this tax would cover some of the public health infrastructure that is already being cut in Wyoming due to the budget crisis. For example, the proposed revenue could fully fund the community mental health centers that are experiencing cuts, and that's critical infrastructure in Wyoming as our communities are battling high rates of suicide and substance use, which includes alcohol use. So the shortfall is already really hurting people in our communities. I know here in Cheyenne, we're experiencing a noticeable impact where we once had services to refer people to that we don't have the same level of referral services available. But I also see us moving away from public health. I see us moving from prevention efforts to crisis management. And this is worse for the individuals we're trying to serve, worse for our communities, and worse for our state's budget, as it's more expensive to address these concerns later. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from a speaker? Not seeing it this time. Thank you very much, Amy, for being with us this morning. Always a pleasure to see you. With that, I believe there's no further public testimony here in Cheyenne, and I'm not seeing any others in the waiting room. As far as I know, Ms. Cartwright is going to talk about nicotine. So with that, committee, what is your pleasure regarding LSO Draft 136?
Mr. Chairman, move the bill.
Moved by Representative Connolly, seconded by Representative Roscoe. Bill is on the table. Any discussion, amendments, postulations? Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, before there's some placeholders in here. I'm curious about a committee discussion regarding markup in relation to excise taxes. Actually, I thought it was a really interesting conversation last time when some members asked that we consider removing the excise taxes on wine and spirits in conjunction with raising the markup. And so I am curious just about thoughts going down that road. And I hate to, okay, go ahead.
Your memory is correct. We'll see if anybody wants to jump in and address those. Representative Sweeney?
I'm against that idea. I think, the consumer is used to paying that. And I think that would be, in my opinion, a step backwards. Even if you look at it from, okay, we're going to eliminate those, you still have the federal excise tax. So I just don't see a break-even point philosophy in that, in my mind. I just wouldn't be in favor of including that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So committee, where I believe where we are is if you look on the bill, page 2, lines 13 below is the staff comment that we did discuss last meeting. If anyone did want to talk about the excise tax or remove it, I would certainly be happy to entertain that discussion, or anyone to move that amendment in that area at this time if anyone wishes to. And Mr. Noble, since you just signed your camera on, I'm guessing you might have a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. One thing I would point to as it relates to the excise taxes and the markup itself, while the excise taxes apply to spirits, wine, and malt beverages, the markup only applies to spirits and wine. So you would have essentially no tax at that point on malt beverages. You'd be making it up on spirits and wine at that point. So I just wanted to clarify that we do not control the sale of malt beverages like we do spirits and wine, and just wanted to make that very clear to everyone.
That not only have we not raised the excise taxes on beer since Prohibition, but we could actually eliminate the tax altogether. I think this would be the option. Is that what you said, basically, Director Noble?
Mr. Chairman, basically what I said was, yes, if you eliminate the tax on malt beverages, you have eliminated any and all taxation with the exception of the sales tax on it. There would be no alcohol taxes on it.
Right. All right. If anyone on the committee wishes to move an amendment in that area, not seeing you do, Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there wasn't much discussion on the committee about where we were going last time. And the reason that I asked is that the motion that I would make regarding what the markup should be is honestly in conjunction with whether or not we keep the excise taxes or not. If we keep the excise taxes, I think the suggested raise in markup would be lower than if we got rid of the excise taxes. And honestly, Director Noble, I would only do it up through the beer tax and then keep the beer tax there. But so, Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion, just kind of theoretically about what we want to do, I would like to make a motion that on page 2, line 10, that we change the markup from 17.6 to 22.6.
Okay, that is the motion. Is there a second? I'm scrolling through cameras and I am not seeing a second, Representative Connolly.
Mr. Chairman.
So that motion fails for lack of a second. Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll try lowering it then. Let's go to 20.6, which was a bill that honestly got out of this committee a couple of years ago.
All right, is there a second for 20.6? About ready to break my auctioneer voice out. Representative Roscoe is going to second at 20.6. We have an amendment on the table. Discussion on the amendment of raising it from 17.6 to 20.6. Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thanks. And again, this 20.6 was an amendment that passed a couple of years ago. And at that committee meeting, we actually looked at the data regarding surrounding states. We looked at, if folks remember, the Revenue Department has some pictures of bottles, literally bottles of booze, right? And you could see the cost of the product and the different taxes. And kind of this put us in line, honestly, with other states to the extent that you can actually do that. Because again, you know, any package store, any community, any distributor can sell it how they want. So the 20.6, I think, is a really fair and reasonable increase. We are asking kind of communities to take, agencies to take 10 and 15% cuts right now. Kind of raising taxes on alcohol by 10 or 15% for a couple of million of dollars that we can direct back to our communities makes sense to me right now. And with that, I would ask for favorable consideration of the committee.
Let's go to Senator Driscoll first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'll declare conflict. I have a liquor license, and I do believe this is a direct conflict for me. But second, it is an incredible price-sensitive market. You heard Director Noble talk about cross-state sales. I can tell you as a wholesaler right now, when we buy our product, I could drive to South Dakota and buy it at box stores off the shelf cheaper than I get it delivered to my business. So I can flat tell you, at least in Northeast Wyoming, should you choose to raise the prices a bunch, what you've really done is cost all our retailers sales because people drive to another state to buy the product cheaper than we can buy it wholesale. So it's one that may actually defeat the purpose, at least on the boundaries of what you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Driscoll. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we ask Director Noble what he might think that might generate by taking it up? I mean, we heard testimony taking it up to 25. Is there an estimate? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Noble. If you want to take that, or I could ask Mr. Temte, if you have it right in front of you, what a 3% markup would be.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have it directly in front of me. I could probably figure it out given a little bit of time here.
Let me see, Mr. Temte, would it be something you have in front of you?
Mr. Chairman, based on projected markup in the Craig forecast, I'm guessing $3.2 million a year.
Okay, sounds about right. Further testimony or discussion. Senator Case, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I also have a liquor license. I'm going to do something a little unusual. I'm not going to declare a conflict. I'm going to go vote against my conflict interest and support this. So I'm just making that known. I do have a liquor license, or at least I own with a partner, I own a company that holds a liquor license. It's a resort liquor license in Lander, Wyoming.
Not seeing any other discussion on the amendment. If you put your cameras on, all in favor of the amendment of going from 17.6 to 20.6, please raise your hand.
I'm trying to get my camera.
I see Connolly, Case, Roscoe, Baldwin, Dayton, Selman. That would be 5. All right. All opposed, please raise your hand. I got Larson, Driscoll, Hallinan, Blackburn, Western, Ellis.
Excuse me, I'm a conflict.
And Driscoll's a conflict. And Beitman. All right, that amendment has failed. Any other amendments on the draft legislation? Well, we're not raising a number. There's really no reason to vote on the bill to move it forward, in my opinion. Certainly someone, I guess we do have a motion on the bill. Any other amendment attempts to take off an excise? Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, let's raise the beer tax. So on page 3, line 2, change the 1/2 cent, right, to 2 cents.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll give it a second.
Seconded by Senator Case. Discussion on the amendment from the 1/2 cent to 2 cents. I'm not seeing any discussion, so we'll go ahead and call the question on that. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. I got Connolly, Roscoe, Case, Selman, Sweeney. 5. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I got Baldwin, Larson, Blackburn, Hallinan, Beitman, Ellis.
Let's see Western.
Didn't see Westerns either way.
Conflict.
Conflict from Driscoll, so that amendment will also fail. With that committee, no major changes in the current legislation, but certainly since it's on the table, we can try another amendment, or we can
move to the next topic.
Have the bringer of the motion to discuss the bill withdraw it, or I can take a vote moving it forward in current statutory form to the, without a number, to the floor if you want to take that vote. Just checking if you want to withdraw your motion there, Representative Connolly.
Oh, I'll withdraw.
Okay, that's okay with the second, Representative Roscoe? I'll see you shaking your head in agreement. All right, with that, any further discussion on alcohol taxation? I am not seeing any. How about we take a 5-minute break?
For a cigarette.
5-minute break until we talk about nicotine taxation. We'll recess until 10:40. Remember to turn off your cameras and your microphones. See you back at 10:40 for discussion on nicotine taxation. We really needed a break, but I just.
When you vote yes, you got to know the outcome.
I gotta fix my camera so.
Mr. Chairman, you'll need to unmute that room, please. Thank you.
All right, committee will come back together in about 20 seconds. And with that, committee, we are on to our next topic of tobacco taxation, 21 LSO Draft 138. Mr. Hewitt is also going to present that bill to the Revenue Committee. Ted, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is 21 LSO 138, working draft 0.4, and it would increase taxes on cigarettes and moist snuff. On page 2 of the draft, you can see that the taxes on cigarettes would go up by 24 cents per pack, so from 60 cents per pack to 84 cents per pack. This is consistent with the inflation since 2003. On page 3, you can see the increase to the tax on moist snuff. The bill draft would increase that tax from 60 cents per ounce to 72 cents per ounce, and that's consistent with inflation since 2009. Now, I think there was a bit of wiggle room on the request that the committee made at the last meeting, and I think that another possible interpretation of the committee's request was to set the moist snuff tax at 84 cents per ounce, consistent with the tax on 1 pack of cigarettes. And so if that's the will of the committee, just a couple of easy amendments are required on page 3, lines 2 and 11, change the 72 cents to 84 cents per pack. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I just note this morning we had some discussions internally at the LSO. There may be a technical amendment required to the distribution statute 3918-111, and we can do a bit more research on that. And if that technical amendment is required, we can bring it to the committee during session if the committee sponsors this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Do you have the number of, if we did pass this legislation, the revenue number per biennium or per year? Or Mr. Tempty's jumping on, so he might know.
Mr. Chairman, the increase in the cigarette tax from 60 cents to 84 cents would raise about 5.2 million to the general fund, about 920,000 to local governments. And that is assuming that the increase in tax does not have an impact on consumption. And this estimate is based on the estimated cigarette tax forecast to the general fund in the October 2020 Craig forecast.
All right, any questions from the committee for either Mr. Hewitt or Mr. Tempty on the bill? I am not seeing any. So with none currently from the committee, let's go to public comment. I'm trying to think, Mr. Larson, you jumped on. So we'll start with Mr. Larson and then go to Mr. Kastner after that. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Happy holidays to you all. I hope you get some quality downtime. Mark Larson with the Wyoming Petroleum Marketers Association and the Convenience Store Association. Well, we represent the 355 convenience stores throughout the state of Wyoming. I wanted to begin, I sent a letter out to the committee stating our opposition and what our rationale was. While we do believe that behavioral taxonomy is not necessarily in the interest of small business, we do understand the notion, as we're seeing in some of the surrounding states. The association's opposition is based on two reasons. Number one, we have been steadfast in making sure that the committee and the legislature understood that we are facing a kind of an unequal marketing situation, competing against some of the reservation retailers. And we have no desire to tax Native Americans choose to smoke. That's not our goal. Our goal is to make sure that we level the playing field and are able to tax those sales to non-Native Americans who are doing tax avoidance practices by purchasing cigarettes on the reservation. To be straightforward, there is an agreement in place that before Director Noble became director, he put into place in 2011 that it addresses volunteer payment of the tax for non-Native American sales. And unfortunately, that is not audited. It is not, there's no oversight whatsoever. It is strictly voluntary. And important too is that we're not talking just about cigarettes. There is no taxation or no agreement on the other tobacco products or vaping products. So we don't want to point fingers. We just simply want to have a level playing field when we're talking about competing. And when you start having the discussion about taxation increases, we need to make sure that we're consistent with our message that until we have statewide stamping of all cigarettes, depending on regardless of location, there's going to be a windfall to those entities that are not charged the tax. The second point, and probably more to the point of the 84-cent proposal, the tax foundation, if you remember in my letter, I worked up a little map, and I pardon for the non-professionalism of the map, but it clearly points out that the state is surrounded by states that are practicing behavioral taxonomy. Coming up on January 1, the state to the south is going to a whopping $1.94 on tobacco products. We are thinking that that's going to be a good windfall for Wyoming. The tax foundation study on the map that I drew up, the numbers that are in the red indicate that the state of Wyoming is getting a 23.12% benefit for sales that go out of state, cross-border sales. Those sales, if we decide to go to 84 cents, are going to be impacted. So when Mr. Tempty was talking about the close to $6 million total between general fund and the local county's participation, we have to factor in that we're going to be losing some of that 23% that the tax foundation says that we are currently getting now, which is, let's say we lose 15% of that. So there's automatically, we're taking a hit to the cities and counties in the state of about $2.4 million. My mission is to say that we think that we ought to wait. Let's see what happens with the Colorado experiment on behavioral taxonomy. Let's see what happens with the benefit of the paradigm that you all have put forward that keeps Wyoming competitive with Idaho and Nebraska. And the surrounding states. The map that I drew up shows clearly that the state is benefiting from those cross-border sales, and the fact that we have decided to be pragmatic about the low tax that we're exacting on our citizens. Finally, we do recognize the regressiveness of the tax increase. Tobacco sales, straightforward, are 35% of our inside sales. So we would hate to see a downshot on the economy on our already hurting inside sales at this time. So between trying to come up with a statewide stamping regimen, and we hope the governor continues to work on that, and the tribes have said that they are going to take a harder look at it. We would submit that since 2011, this has really been on the table. And then the last thing, as I said before, that we are benefiting from the tax regimen that you put forward, and we agree with that 23%, and that's grown substantially over the last years as the other states have practiced behavioral taxonomy. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we do oppose the bill, and I will stand for question.
Questions from Mr. Larson, the petroleum marketers. I am not seeing any currently, Mr. Larson, but thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, committee. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you as well. Next up, Mr. Kasner. Welcome back to the Revenue Committee for day 2. There you
Good evening or good morning. The reason I'm here today is you're talking about a lot of taxes, and you've done a real great job of, I call it, what I would say is an amazing factors that you people have put forward. However, we got to bear in mind one important thing we haven't been looking at, as far as I'm concerned, is we're taking taxes and we're not looking at the whole picture. And the whole picture is the people. And the people in Wyoming currently are struggling deeply. In fact, I took this morning to take the time and the opportunity to listen to the first two parts of the agenda. And then exactly one of the agenda mentioned was the gaming mission. And I loved what the director said. He said, well, I sent my 2 security guards out to check the gaming area. And he said that one guy put 1,600 miles, 1,600 miles onto his vehicle as he drove around the state. Well, I took a 30-gallon tank and I divided it into it. And that comes up to 53 tanks of gas. And then you take what you say, here's what I'm getting at. You take a 9% sales tax increase on fuel products, which you've got on the table, and you put that 9 cents against this, that comes to $143.10 that one guy put out. Okay, now if you look at Wyoming's overall projection of its rural base, and that's rural base, I'm talking everybody that lives here. Wyoming in petroleum products alone with that tax is distributed to everybody. And who's the greatest travelers in Wyoming? We are. We have the most expanse from one state to another. For example, from my house in Elk Mountain, Wyoming to Carbon County is 46 miles up and 46 miles back. To Laramie, it's 52. These are just examples of what I'm getting at. Another example is in our electrical consumption deal that you talked about yesterday. You did a real good job on that. However, you got to consider that one out of every five houses in Wyoming uses electricity to generate in its house. And the same way with petroleum, with our other products that we've talked in discussion. So I would say we should be cautious here. I agree that we're looking for revenues, but I would suggest, and I recommend to the committee, I do not support this tax because it hurts the people. And I'm talking to people in Wyoming. I'm not talking outside the state revenues. I'm not talking any of that. Right now, our portfolio shows our fossil fuels are reducing. Everything else is happening. But what we're doing is we're also in a pandemic. And our pandemic is really struggling us all the way around. So I'm not in favor of any tax right now, not currently. I think once you get past the 2021 into the regular budget session, you'll have a better idea as far as going there. Property tax and all that other stuff is going to come up. We know it is. But I want to take the time to tell you all, thank you very much for a wonderful job you've been doing. You represent the state in a robust way. You got a tough job, and not everybody agrees, but you don't get a thank you. And that's where you need to hear it. For me, I say thank you. And you have a wonderful holiday season. And I say Merry Christmas. And you guys all take care of yourselves because you're going to have a rough road ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everybody. And
Thank you,
guys
Mr.
have a
Kessner.
great day.
Let me make sure there's no questions for Mr. Kasner. I'm not seeing any. You have a wonderful holiday season as well, Ken. Always a pleasure. Next up, Ms. Cartwright from the Wyoming Primary Care Association. Good morning, Jan. Welcome to the Revenue Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jan Cartwright, the Executive Director of the Wyoming Primary Care Association. I want to thank the committee for considering this tobacco prevention measure. A tax on tobacco does more than just raise revenue. A higher tax decreases youth addiction. A 10% increase reduces youth smoking by about 7% and total cigarette consumption by about 4%. I would refer committee members to a handout provided by the American Heart Association for this discussion. The Wyoming state budget also funds tobacco prevention and pays for smoking-related illness and death through Medicaid. It would be counterproductive to raise taxes by an amount that would do little to offset those costs to the state. A tax at the amount currently being discussed is easily nullified by the tobacco industry through lower prices or rebates. And it seems that the arguments over the 20 years that I've been doing this are pretty much the same. The opposition talks about cross-border sales, which are illegal. The opposition talks about sales on the reservation, which are illegal. So I talk about the fact that tobacco taxes are a win-win-win. A health win for the residents of the state who do not become addicted as teens, a budget win for the state at a time when every penny counts, a political win when national polls show support for tobacco taxes to balance budgets, and compared to other tax increases or to cutting crucial state programs. If the goal is to decrease tobacco use, then every 10-cent increase that this committee would approve will stop kids from using tobacco and becoming addictive. If the goal is to raise revenue, why not raise the tax to the amount of Utah or Montana at $1.70 a pack? Using the numbers previously, even a $1 increase would then give the general fund $20 million annually and $5 million to to local governments. So want to state my appreciation for a tobacco tax discussion and really encourage the committee to, if you're going to go through this effort, to raise it to a rate that's effective. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Cartwright. That is a lot of winning. Any questions for the Wyoming Primary Care Association? Not seeing any at this time. All right, thank you very much, Jan. Have a great holiday season. Next up, Ms. Leininger from PRBRC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Pleasure again to testify in front of you. I would love to share that we would like to retract our initial support that I indicated when our organization signed up to testify. We did think that these so-called sin taxes can many times be more palatable to the legislature. However, we do have concerns about the regressivity of this tax as we look more into it. I have a study in front of me that I'd be happy to share, Mr. Chairman, by the Lancet that shows tobacco taxes do reduce smoking initially. However, many poor smokers eventually relapse and face increased economic hardship. So, Mr. Chairman, we are more likely to support this tax if it went generally to unmet health needs for Wyoming's most vulnerable. However, we see that the distribution for this tax goes to Department of Health for anti-tobacco initiatives, which does not meet our criteria of funding our public essential services. So I'll stand for any questions, and I hope you all have a wonderful holiday season.
Questions for Ms. Leininger? Oh, you have a bunch today, Ms. Leininger. Let's start with Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking at your website and your vision and goals. And so it says that the PRBRC was founded by ranchers and townspeople concerned with the impacts of strip mining on landscapes, communities, and freshwater aquifers, and that you guys have been in existence for 47 years. I was just curious if you, in recent years, have changed your mission statement to kind of be more encompassing of some of these discussion points we've had today on tobacco tax and alcohol tax. I mean, I am just kind of curious how this fits within your organization's mission statement.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Ellis. Ms. Leininger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Ellis, for your question. Our organization decides its legislative positions based off of our member resolutions. We meet yearly to discuss our positions on any legislative action. That being said, our mission is about responsible energy development. And we do believe that taxes do play a role in responsible energy development as we continue to hammer on the mineral industry if we don't diversify our tax base. So Senator Ellis, I'll definitely share your comment with my organization, and maybe we can consider including some more in our stated purpose about funding Wyoming's primary services.
Thank you. So, your follow-up, Senator Ellis.
Yeah, just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, I think that these, we like calling them sin taxes, are kind of unique because unlike other taxes where, robust sales are usually things we applaud, looking at the health side, it's not like we're necessarily applauding more cigarette sales. So I am just kind of curious how that fits in your organization's mission. So if you decide to update your website with your updated mission statement, please let me know. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Beitman. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Ellis asked the exact same question I was thinking, so I will thank her for asking it. I guess my follow-up to Ms. Leiniger, hi, Ms. Leiniger, how are you today? Does that mean you guys are going to take a break from beating us poor oil and gas guys to death, and you're going to branch out and attack other things and be a more encompassing left-wing organization, or are you going to leave fossil fuels alone for a while?
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead,
I'd like
Senator
to
Case, where we'll add on to questions.
No, I don't really intend to. A private organization can decide what they want to come down here and lobby for or not. It's not. I don't think it's really appropriate for us to attack the organization's mission. You might disagree with the mission, but I would protest this line of question. They vote and they decide they want to come down and discuss these taxes, and fiscal responsibility does fit into responsible government. I would hope that we would just. It's not worth going down this road. It doesn't do anybody any good. So I'd ask that we back off. It's not appropriate.
I won't even ask, would you agree? So Representative Connolly, tell me you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I agree with Senator Case. And in all honesty, on any committee I've been on for the past year, regardless of the organization's position, I've asked them to help us solve the revenue problem. I just have, regardless of whatever organization they are. It's like, help us. You are in your communities. But I do have a question for Ms. Leiniger. And now the opposition, because the organization doesn't like where the money is being directed. And so I am a little curious about that. There's, lots of debate about whether or not we should have earmarked funds. Things should just go to the general fund, things along those lines. So I'd like to hear a little bit more now about that opposition because of the direction of the money.
Ms. Leiniger, if you have more to share.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Connolly and Senator Case and Senator Beitman. I will just say we're an organization of folks across the Wyoming landscape, just like you all, who have different beliefs and different things they'd like to see in our state. So like I said, we do decide our position based off of what our members care about. And our organization shared our resolution with you all back in the November meeting. In the past, our organization has been interested in studying tax policy and advocating for progressive tax policy, but now we are taking a more serious position as the budget crisis grows worse and worse. So Representative Connolly, in order for us to not stand up in front of you about every single tax that comes in front of the committee, we are deciding on criteria in which is important to us in supporting different revenue measures. So that criteria is diversification of our tax code away from mineral revenues, an increase in taxes to fund our public services such as K through 12 education and public safety and transportation, and regressive taxes are something that we are concerned about. So we do support more progressive taxes. So with that being said, we chose to not come out right and support this based on the fact that these funds don't plan on going generally to the legislature's general fund, and we would be more likely to support this measure if it was applied more generally to the general fund or to Department of Health to support those most vulnerable in our state.
Thank you. Representative Hallinan, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. I don't see where this is, where this tax goes anywhere but to the Department of Health. Am I not correct about that?
I believe you are, Ms. Leiniger, if you wish to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Hallinan. I also struggle with Title, 4939 about distribution. But as I understood looking through this piece of legislation, it would go directly to Department of Health for anti-tobacco initiatives, not to general fund or generally to Department of Health.
Mr. Hewitt, I know you just turned your camera on. Would you confirm that for us? After you unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The relevant statute is 3918.111, provides for the distribution of the various taxes on nicotine products. For cigarette taxes, 15% of those taxes are divided among the cities and counties and towns. The rest goes to the general fund. For the remainder of the nicotine products, so snuff, cigars, vaping products, those funds go to the general fund as well.
So no official funding directly to prevention. Would that be correct, Mr. Hewitt?
Mr. Chairman, not as I see in the distribution statute for the nicotine taxes.
And Mr. Noble also jumped on. Go ahead, Director Noble.
Mr. Chairman, this might be confused with the funding that we received from the Master Settlement Agreement. I believe that those funds are directed to substance abuse issues with the Department of Health, but the tobacco taxes themselves go to the general fund the general fund and to municipal government as well. 15% of the cigarette tax goes to municipal government and the remainder goes to the state's general fund. But the funding for the Master Settlement Agreement, I believe, does have funding for the tobacco cessation.
All right. Further questions from Ms. Leiniger from PRBRC. Senator Beitman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Leiniger, I do apologize if I came across a little snarky there, and I apologize to the committee. I hope you accept my apology. And yeah, I didn't mean to come across such a jerk there, so I apologize.
Go ahead, Ms. Leiniger.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Beitman, I certainly understand, and I understand your concern for our mineral industries, and I know that you know that our organization many times opposes severance tax breaks for the oil and gas industry. And I would like to say that's something we would like to change in the future as we diversify our state's economy. So Senator Beitman, if you would like us to back off of those issues, I would implore you to support other measures to keep the state's budget functioning. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful rest of your day.
You're not done yet. That's why we have a revenue committee, so we can all figure these out together. Representative Hallinan, you were next, and then we'll go to Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Ms. Leininger, since now it's been addressed by our Department of Revenue that this money goes to the general fund. It doesn't go to any special other expense like you said before. Would you now support this bill?
Great Great question, Mr. Chairman, Representative Hallinan. I apologize for apparently reading the bill incorrectly and not fully understanding the distribution in Title 39. However, I would pause our support on this, given the concerns I expressed about the regressivity of the tax and how this could increase economic hardship for some of Wyoming's more vulnerable citizens.
Okay, appreciate that. Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief comment to apologize as well. But I do appreciate that your organization's taking a broader look at our entire tax structure, and maybe not in the confines of this hearing, but certainly just wanted to make it known that we've started looking at the ag exemption, the land exemption. I think I emailed to the committee a chart. 94% of our privately held lands qualify as ag lands. And so would love to get your feedback. Please visit with your members on if they see any reforms necessary for that particular valuation of ag lands. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Leininger, we'll get you off the hot seat, I think. Thank you for appearing before us today. Always a pleasure. And moving on to Ms. Wardell. Welcome to the Revenue Committee. Good to see you this morning. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate your consideration of this issue today. I do concur with the remarks made by Jan from the Primary Care Association and just want to share a few more key points with you. So Wyoming is ranked 44th in the United States for its cigarette tax of 60 cents a pack.
And Ms. Wardell, if you would just state who you're with, you filed on behalf of an entity, so I think you just let the committee know who you're representing. Thank you.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brittany Wardle, and I am with Cheyenne Regional Medical Center as the Community Prevention Project Director. So carrying on, the national average is $1.82 in tax per pack. And according to the 2017 Wyoming Adult Tobacco Survey, over half of adults do approve an increase in the tax per pack of cigarettes. Significant tobacco tax increases, $1 is considered best practice, always produce substantial net new revenues. And I think it is important to note that a per pack increase in cigarette taxes does bring in more new revenue than is lost from declines in sales or tax avoidance in reaction to the introduction of this increase. There are also substantial health and economic costs related to tobacco use, and I'm going to share some Wyoming specific numbers with you on that. Our annual healthcare costs directly caused by smoking are $258 million. Medicaid bears a cost of smoking over $40 million. And we see smoking cause productivity losses over $200 million. So this is definitely something that impacts our costs here in Wyoming. And we do know that cigarette tax increases work best in reducing smoking among youth, lower income smokers, and pregnant women. And those smoking declines directly reduce state Medicaid program expenditures. Similarly, decreasing smoking rates among workers directly reduces public and private sector health insurance costs, while also reducing business productivity losses from smoking-caused absences, diseases, or disabilities. So as you see tobacco use decrease, you see costs in these categories decrease as well, resulting in savings for the state and our private sector. So in conclusion, I would just tell you that raising cigarette taxes can reduce consumer demand, reduce tobacco use among our adults and youth, prompt individuals to attempt to quit, particularly those that are of lower socioeconomic status, and increase state revenue and yield considerable health savings, both for individuals and our healthcare systems. So again, I appreciate your consideration of this issue, and I'm happy to stand for any questions. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Wardle? I'm not seeing any this morning, but certainly appreciate you being here on behalf of Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. Thank you and have a great holiday season. With that, I don't believe we have any other online testimony. Certainly pop up in the room if you do. Seeing none, we'll go to public comment here in Cheyenne. Up first, the Wyoming Taxpayers Association.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Ashley Harpstreet. I'm the Executive Director for Wyoming Taxpayers Association. Just a reminder for the new members of the committee coming on next year, WTA is a 501c4 think tank and a 501c3 with a research arm. Our mission is to advocate for sound tax policy for a healthy Wyoming economy. Positions that we take are based on an analysis of legislation against the cornerstones of taxation through our policy committee. The recommendation is then forwarded on to our 21 board of directors for a decision. With that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, WTA opposes the tobacco tax as analyzed through the cornerstones of taxation. It fails to be sound tax policy for these reasons. It is not justified as proponents of this tax advocate that this tax will keep up with inflation when Wyoming adult consumers paid the following taxes in 2019. State excise tax, $17.1 million. State sales tax, $8.5 million. Federal excise tax, $28.7 million. MSA and other fees, $18.4 million, for a grand total of $72.7 million in taxes Wyoming consumers paid. I would like to note these figures do not include taxes paid on all other tobacco products and MST. It is not equitable as an excise tax are inherently regressive, and it will distort economic behavior with cross-border sales. Finally, it is not stable as it is an unreliable source of revenue and does not diversify taxation as it increases an existing tax that focuses on a minority of the population. Thank you, and I'll stand for questions.
So I'm going to have a couple.
Okay.
In general, then, you don't support taxation of nicotine products? Because as the bill reads, it's an inflationary from what it was from 2003 till today. So if your position is not to support it, does your organization support taxation of nicotine in general? And if so, at what point? Because I'd assume if we take away all taxation, you would influence cross-border sales in a much different way, but it would still have an influential aspect. I'm trying to think at what level of nicotine taxation, if any, your organization would support then, if not at an inflationary measure.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. I would say at this time we do not. As proposals come through, we will certainly evaluate them, but generally this is a tax we do not support.
Okay. Can't argue with that, I guess. Other questions for the committee? The Wyoming taxpayers. Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Harpsey, I'm sorry, I think I butchered your name right there. But all right, and I expected that you do a no on this one. The basic, it is targeting. And so I am curious if your organization is going to come out in favor of an income tax. I think your organization is a well-respected one. Income taxes fit your cornerstones. We need revenue, and we need organizations like yours to take honestly at the forefront of citizens groups in terms of educating the public on it.
So as that question is not related to the bill before us, you are certainly welcome to answer that if you'd like, Ms. Harpstreet.
Sure.
If you want to defer, you certainly can too.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, thank you for that question. Yes, we are facing major financial troubles, and we will analyze every proposal as they are come through, and we will have to see what you guys come up with.
What we come up, you want to come bring anything forward for us, Ms. Harpstreet?
Well, that's why you're elected, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, some days I wish I was on the other side of the table. Other questions for the Wyoming Taxpayers Association? I am not seeing any from the committee at this time. So thank you very much for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Ashley, always a pleasure to see you. Next up, welcome back, Mr. Pickard. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dave Pickard. I represent Altria Client Services, which is the parent company, Philip Morris USA and U.S. Smokeless Tobacco are the two clients that Altria Client Services represents through me. It's no surprise we oppose the increase on both the cigarettes and on the moist snuff tobacco, and I can give a lot of background if desired on how we got to moist snuff tobacco as a per unit tax. But let me just say this. You've heard testimony about the regressivity of this tax, and I want to share with the committee, based on CDC data, over 36% of adults in Wyoming who earn less than $15,000 annually are smokers, whereas only 12% of those earning over $50,000 annually are smokers. This proposal constitutes a 40% increase in the tax on cigarettes, also a 20% increase as drafted at this point on moist snuff tobacco. I would like to remind the committee back in 2003, when the last time that the cigarette tax was increased, it was increased over 400%. We are concerned, obviously, about cross-border sales. We're more concerned about the small businesses in Wyoming that are going to be affected by an increase in this tax on the product. And for some of the same points that Ms. Harpstreet made, it is an uncertain revenue source. Weakens the economic recovery in our retail sector, obviously harming our retailers, burdens low-income earners disproportionately, and increases the chance of smuggling and illegal sales. The other, you've heard me over the years talk about youth access prevention and what I have done over the last 20 years representing this company in the magnitude of youth access. And it is a very serious issue. We take it very seriously at Philip Morris. And that is the reason that you saw us come out early in the year 2019 in support of Tobacco 21, raising the legal age of purchase, possession, and consumption of tobacco products to the legal age of 21. In December of last year, President Trump signed an executive order legislation that increased it at the federal level. And this legislature passed in the budget session a legislation increasing the legal age of purchase to 21 in the state of Wyoming. That is going to solve a lot of the youth access issues that have been brought up in the past, and they certainly will, has in some respect harmed retailers with lower sales volumes. And again, that goes to the discussion of not having a stable revenue source from tobacco taxes. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Pickard, when other witnesses and commentators were talking about cross-border sales, what I was imagining is somebody like me who lives in Laramie going to Fort Collins, right? And for that price point. But you brought up smuggling and bootlegging. And wouldn't you agree that we should never, ever pass legislation because of the expectation that we will not be able to combat illegal behavior? Smuggling and bootlegging is illegal. It's flat out illegal. And that we will apprehend and punish those who act illegally. That's our job. We do that. And we should not be afraid of passing laws because of the expectation of illegal behavior. We know how to deal with that. Wouldn't you agree?
You agree with that, Mr. Pickard?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, I would agree to this extent. Any increase is going to increase those types of activities, and in particular to cross-border sales. And cross-border sales are not illegal. Cross-border sales are a drain on our economy, our small businesses, and our revenue source in the state of Wyoming. Now, you heard a presentation earlier that we benefit from cross-border sales into the state of Wyoming as well. That indicates the price sensitivity of these products. Very sensitive when it comes to the demand of these adult consumers. I would also say that most of the time we're not talking about a pack sale. We're talking about cartons or cartons. So multiple purchases. We know that occurs significantly along the I-80 corridor and I-25 corridor because of the price disparities. The consumers of those products that are consuming them out of the state of Wyoming are purchasing them here. So there is both a benefit and a harm on cross-border sales in the state of Wyoming. I hope that answered your question, Representative Connolly.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Representative Roscoe, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pickard, how is cross-border sales determined? Thank you.
Mr. Pickard, if you know, I think your question is how does it calculate it, or how do we know the rate of it occurring?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, how do we know the rate if it's occurring? How are the numbers, these percentages derived? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Pickard, if you know, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, it's a great question. There are two studies out there. You heard reference earlier today to the Tax Foundation that presented the 23% data. We also have a study that I'll be happy to share with the committee at the conclusion of this from the Mackinac Policy Center that goes in and describes cross-border sales in significant detail, analyzed in all 50 states across the nation.
Okay, good enough, Representative Roscoe. Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It just seems to me there's a lot of people, if it is determined by maybe the address on a credit card or something, that there's just a lot of people crossing Wyoming that buy their cigarettes when they cross Wyoming. And it's not really, it seems to be a different number. Sorry about that. I think it's a hard thing to determine, cross-border sales. Thank you.
Agreed. Further questions for Mr. Pickard? Representative Hallinan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Pickard, and that is, with this 23% number, how much of a change do you think will happen if we raise the tax by 24 cents a pack? How much of the effect do you expect to happen with that change?
Mr. Pickard, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Hallinan, I don't have any way of answering that from a percentage basis. All we do know is that increasing the price of the product is going to have an impact on cross-border sales. To what percentage? I just don't have that data in front of me today. I apologize.
Okay. All right. Representative Sweeney, go ahead. Number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pickard, happy holidays. Do your company have any thoughts on the issue with the tribes and the reservation sales? Any thoughts on that issue that Mr. Larson had brought up earlier?
Mr. Pickard, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, thank you for the question. We believe that all product that is sold to consumers that are not eligible for an exemption should pay the tax, and the tax should be collected. What fashion that is dependent upon not only the state government, but also the tribal governments to determine. We do recognize, however, that the advantage to selling product on the reservation is directly related to the price that they're able to charge, because they are not selling stamped product that includes the 60-cent per pack tax on it.
Okay. Further questions? Not seeing any more at this time. Thank you very much for being here again, Mr. Pickard.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity. I'd also like to thank all of the members that have served on this committee for several years. Most of you I'll see in the legislature moving forward. Representative Dayton Selman, appreciate your service and have enjoyed your thoughts and work over the years. So appreciate it, and thank you, everyone. I do wish everybody safe and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mosier, welcome back to the Revenue Committee, although you didn't really leave. Does your organization have a position on nicotine taxation?
Mr. Chairman, not on nicotine taxation. Mike Mosier, Wyoming State Liquor Association. We do oppose this bill. However, let me point out why we oppose it. We would oppose it if it were an increase on rutabaga and turnips. It's a retail product. It's a retail product that we compete in other states. I don't believe there is a tax yet, Mr. Chairman, on rutabaga, but you never know. The day's still young. And so any consumer product, whether it be alcohol, tobacco, we'd oppose a Twinkie tax, we'd oppose anything that creates disparity across state lines. This is seen as a tobacco issue or a nicotine issue. And I'm speaking for my good friend, Mr. Larson, on this. Last year or last session, we collectively supported and worked pretty hard to raise the age of tobacco purchase to 21, to add new restrictions and regulations for direct-to-consumer shipping of tobacco products, and supported a vape tax. And so to us, this is a retail product. Whether it has nicotine or not, it's a retail product. And so one thing I want to point out, I'll just point out a couple quick points without getting redundant with any of the testimony prior to mine. When we talk about inflation, the average price of a pack of smokes, some of us remember that back this far, when the last state increase occurred, was $3.14 in 2003. That current price, average price, is now $5.46. The majority of the increase in that pack of smokes is tax increases. For example, in 2010, the federal tax went from 39 cents to over $1. And so when we talk about the inflation adjusted amount of tax, if you include the federal tax, like you kind of got to do to get an overall picture, there has been a significant increase in the tax on a pack of cigarettes. The same is true with other tobacco products. Now, one thing I wanted to point out, of course, this is a very price sensitive issue. The question was brought out about $2.40 a pack. Well, if you know any regular smokers, you don't measure packs, you measure cartons. That's what you drive for. You don't drive to Nebraska. You don't drive to Kimball to buy a pack of smokes. You buy a carton of smokes. And so then it's $2.40. And so it becomes more and more logical. Now, to reiterate to something that's been brought up, cross-border sales are not illegal on anything. Cross-border resales are illegal. So if I go down to Colorado and pick up 100 cartons of smokes and I sell them up here, that's illegal. But if I go down and buy 100 cartons for me, I hope not, but if I buy it, there's nothing illegal about that. That's something I can do because it's okay. Well, not 100, we'll say a carton. And so cross-border sales are part of doing business, which is largely part of the reason we're concerned about this. I call it the law of diminishing returns, where your tax ask goes up enough that it actually starts diminishing the tax you're collecting because people are going elsewhere to do it. Lastly, who are we taxing? Not so much as the alcohol tax, but we're still taxing primarily small businesses and our customers. As Mr. Pickard referred to, the demographic that will be taxed, particularly with cigarettes, is probably in a less likely position to be able to afford it easily, hence its regressivity. And also the small businesses, there are some small businesses whose exclusive product is nicotine and nicotine products. And of course, they would be adversely affected. Without getting redundant, Mr. Chairman, I will end there. Like my prior folks, I want to thank the committee for putting up with me because you probably had to listen to me more than any other committee in the last 2 years. And I empathize with you because I get tired of hearing myself. And Representative Dayton Selman, I'm going to miss you and the people that are moving off the committee, especially Representative Connolly, who we probably have more fun disagreeing than most people do agreeing. So I appreciate your long-suffering committee and I'll take any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mosher. First, I think Colorado has 24% higher per pack than we do in Wyoming. So you'd be losing quite a bit of money if you go down there and try to resell in Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, I was just using an example, but yes, let's say North Dakota at 44 cents, Idaho at 57 cents, Nebraska, I think, is at 64 cents. And so, yeah, you could at that point. So thank you.
I believe Idaho is the only state of the 7 border states that's cheaper than we are by 3 cents currently, where Montana's like $1.70 and South Dakota are much, much higher on cigarettes.
Agreed, Mr. Chairman. And North Dakota, although not bordering, is quite a bit lower. And I believe Colorado's tax just went up. So
you just make sure the Liquor Association's testimony is that we should not be taxing a regulated product at all?
Mr. Chairman, I'm okay with it. We're okay with taxing it. I mean, right now, when you're in a competitive environment, and a lot of us have been, the playing field is set. And anytime you shift that playing field, you run the risk of the retailers involved with it. So right now, the market's pretty much adjusted. Now, admittedly, I believe, as Mr. Larson mentioned, we're probably going to experience some influx because Colorado is going to raise their tobacco taxes, and Wyoming's going to probably benefit some sales because people will drive those products. But we understand that that's why we supported the vape tax because taxing these products is perfectly understandable, but an increase is going to shift the retail landscape.
Okay. Appreciate that clarification. Questions from the committee? You have Representative Connolly speechless, so I think we've done okay. She is smiling though. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mosier, for being here today.
Chairman.
Any other public comment from anyone in Cheyenne? Next topic is what you're waiting on. All right, committee. I think that is going to conclude public comment. Mr. Temte just jumped on. Is there anything you wanted to add in the discussion, Dean?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Zwanitzer, I apologize for interrupting the progress of the committee. However, when I provided that estimate, it was only for the increase in the cigarette tax. I neglected to mention the impact to the increase in moist snuff. The tax on moist snuff is not specifically included in the Craig forecast. However, based on information I received from the Excise Tax Division Administrator of the Department of Revenue, the moist snuff raised $4.7 million in fiscal year 2020. And based on that amount, this increase in 12 cents from 60 to 72 cents would raise approximately $940,000 a year. And again, that estimate assumes that this increase would not have an impact on consumption.
Thank you for that. Any committee members have questions on the updated information? Seeing none. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Temte. Committee, I guess we will close public comment. Anyone wish to make a motion on the bill draft before us? Go ahead, Senator Baldwin.
I'd like to move the bill, Mr. Chairman.
By Baldwin. Representative Hallinan, would you like to second? Seconded by House Member Dr. Hallinan. All right, committee, bill is on the table. Anyone have any discussion, amendments they would like to throw in? Going once? Going twice? Anyone would like to call for the question? That would be good. Question being called. The motion, I assume, Senator Baldwin, is to make this a committee bill for the 2021 session. And with that, Mr. Anderson, if you would call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is for 21 LSO 138. Senator Baldwin.
Aye.
Senator Beitman.
No.
Senator Driscoll.
No.
Senator Ellis.
No.
Representative Blackburn.
No.
Representative Connolly. Sorry, I missed that. Representative Connolly.
Aye.
Representative Dayton Selman.
Aye.
Representative Hallinan. Representative Hallinan.
Aye. Aye.
Representative Larson.
No.
Representative Roscoe.
Aye.
Representative Sweeney.
Aye.
Representative Western.
No.
Co-Chairman Case.
Aye.
And Co-Chairman Zwanitzer.
Aye.
I have 8 ayes, Mr. Chairman.
I think that means we have moved forward a revenue raising measure of some form this meeting. Now we're what, 3% to what we need. So with that, committee, any other further discussion or topics on nicotine or cigarette taxation? Seeing none, we're just going to jump right into the next topic on our agenda, if that's okay, on monthly payment of ad valorem taxes. You will see we have two bill drafts to put forward today, 304 and 305. I'm guessing Mr. Hewitt will be amenable to, or Mr. Anderson, are you going to walk us through these bills?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Great, please proceed.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, these were bills discussed at our last meeting to address some of the concerns that were raised about the administration of the monthly ad valorem tax on minerals, specifically the transition period that was in the bill that was passed last year. So there were two kind of suggestions that were discussed at the last meeting. This first one, 304, this was to address kind of the three concerns that were brought by the county treasurers. Those were to first clarify whether the payment is being made to the counties or to the Department of Revenue. The second was to codify the transition period in statute rather than as it was in the bill last year in an uncodified section. And then the third was to clarify the penalty provision to make to encourage producers to pay on the new timeline. And so that's essentially what this bill does. So starting on page 2, it creates a new subsection G in 3913.113, which is the monthly payment section. So you'll see subsection G says notwithstanding subsection B, which requires monthly payments, the following payment schedule shall apply. And just so you know, all of this language in this payment schedule is copied directly from the bill last year. And I will note there's just a few minor changes throughout here that I will note, but otherwise just go through it real quickly. So the first change on page 2, lines 6 and 7 says that the payment schedule shall apply to payment of ad valorem tax to the department or to the counties as applicable, and that will be noted below for mineral production for specified tax years. So paragraph 1, you'll see that's for 2018. These payments are actually already made, but I left it in this distribution just so that it's clear that it was the same distribution as was in the bill last year. And that you'll see on line 14 there, the payment was made to the counties under the processes and procedures in place prior to 2020. On page 2, line 20, paragraph 2, again for production from 2019, that is also specified on line 20 as being made to the counties. Over to page 3, line 16, you'll see then for calendar year 2020, payments under this proposal would be made to the department. I believe the department has some concerns about their ability to begin collecting payments that early, but I'll let them speak to that later. Over to page 4, again for 2021, again that also clarifies on line 9 that those payments would now go to the department. Again on page 5, lines 2 and 3 clarifies that those payments for calendar year 22 would go to the department. Over to page 6, line 3 for years 23 through 25, those would also be made to the department. And then on page 6, line 18 for calendar years 26 and thereafter, payments would continue to be made to the department. And then finally on page 7, there's a new subsection H where failure to pay any tax due pursuant to subsection G is subject to penalties and interest accruing from the date the payment is due under that subsection. So previously in the bill passed last year, that was the language was that it was interest accruing from date payment would be due under the procedures in place prior to this new payment schedule. And then section 2 just repeals 2020 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 142, Section 3, and that's where all this language came from the uncodified section of the bill last year. So that's that bill, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you want me to go right into the other bill or if anyone has any questions now.
Well, committee, if anybody has questions on the first draft, otherwise I'm going to encourage Mr. Anderson just to present the second draft as well. No need to move them both forward, or we can pick which one to perhaps amend some of the concepts in. So there's no current discussion or questions. If you just go ahead and present the next bill, Josh, and we'll go from there after.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, so the next bill, 21 LSO 305 version 0.4. This was the second idea that was discussed at our last meeting through Director Noble's discussions. And this would change the payment schedule somewhat significantly from how it was in the bill last year. So you'll go again on page 2, again, creating a new subsection G. Says notwithstanding subsections A and B of this section, which require monthly payments beginning January 1 of 2020. And it would then say, and except as otherwise provided, monthly ad valorem tax payments would be due beginning with production on July 1 of 2021. Total amount due calculated by the department. And then the missed production, I guess, that would not have been taxed would be all the production from 2020 and from January through June of 2021. As calculated by the department and the counties. Each taxpayer would then make an additional payment on December 1 of each year, beginning in 2021, equal to 8% of the total amount calculated for that year and a half of payments. And those would continue each year at 8% of that amount until that full amount was paid. Timely payments would not be subject to any penalties or interest. But if a taxpayer failed to make those payments, penalties and interest would be calculated from the date the tax would have been paid if monthly payments began beginning in January of 2020. Again, over to page 3, the transition language from the bill last year, the 2020 Chapter 142 is repealed. Section 3 appropriates up to $10 million to the state treasurer to make loans to counties to cover any funding shortfalls caused by not collecting the year and a half of payments under the existing payment schedule. This is language that was taken from the bill as it was introduced last year. It had this loan scheme in it for counties. Loans will be repaid by the county as determined by the state treasurer with 0% interest, and it would be refunded. Any unused amounts would be refunded to LSRA on June 30 of 2022. And that's that bill, Mr. Chairman. I take any questions on either of the bills.
All right, committee, any questions regarding either of these bills? I guess we're going to turn it over to public comment, and I'm just guessing I can figure out which way each individual presenter is going to go. That being said, I would imagine whichever bill moves forward will likely face some amendments in the 2021 session. So if no one has any introductory questions for Josh, perhaps we will let some people into the room. I see Commissioner Novotny, and then Mr. Riemann is here in person. If it's okay, I'll let Commissioner Novotny from Johnson County go first. Welcome, Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I think I've got myself unmuted. Pleasure to be before you guys today on a very important issue. Commissioner Bell, unfortunately, cannot join us today. He had a prior obligation, but we really are here in support of the concepts between these two drafts and would like to see these move forward. We think this is critical to continue the discussion that we have instigated with the transition to monthly ad valorem payments. One of the really nice factors that we feel about these potential two drafts moving forward is that it actually answers the question of 2027, which you will remember from the original legislation was that the payment schedule essentially ended, and it would force the legislature to revisit the transition in 2027. And this really, between the two drafts, kind of resolves that and codifies a system and a time frame to get those payments made. So we stand in support of these. We do think that down the road there may be some technical corrections that need to be made in the loan program and a couple areas in the bill, but we're not going to be bringing those forward now. We want to just see these two bills advance, and then we'll work with the House and Senate chairs on this in the session to really get these perfected. So, Mr. Chairman, I just have very brief remarks. My county is owed about $20 million for this year. If you're not aware, we had no other option but actually to begin the foreclosure process on our largest taxpayer for failure to pay ad valorem. So this would effectively, it's not going to resolve that problem, but it's going to prevent future issues. And so I do think that we need to move to a monthly ad valorem process, and these two bills are needed to help perfect what was passed last year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Novotny, Johnson County? Seeing none at this time, but we'll keep you around, Commissioner. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Riemann from the County Commissioners Association. Welcome, Mr. Riemann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Jeremiah Riemann here representing the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. We do appreciate your continued consideration of this issue. It does remain a priority for our association. I also think it's an important issue for the state, particularly as we think about education finances moving forward. I'm going to comment on each of the bills individually and then provide a couple of common comments to them. I'll start with revisions 1. I guess that's what I'll call it, 304 version 3. We do support its advancement. At a minimum, this is needed to codify what was not codified last year. And it is something that needs to be considered absent another appropriate alternative. And I'll get to the second bill here in a second, but we also think it's important to memorialize however you want to characterize it, the incentive or penalty, and to do that in an appropriate manner. So we would request that you advance revisions 1. Mr. Chairman, as it relates to revisions 2 or 305 version 4, there's a lot to like in that particular draft. 1, I think it's a lot easier to administer and frankly understand for counties, for the state, and for companies. Two, it really does move to a true monthly system, and it does so much sooner than revisions one does, or our current system. It also contemplates the entire transition, not just a partial transition. I think that's what you just heard from Commissioner Novotny. And four, and it goes to that point, it doesn't require, or shouldn't require, we hope, any additional action on your part as the other version would. So we are requesting that you advance revisions 2 as well. We would like to continue working on it. It frankly could become our preferred alternative of the 2 approaches. We'd like to work in partnership with you, in partnership with industry, and we've started those conversations, and it's gone well so far. We do think that there are perhaps a few things that are going to have to be considered to strengthen it. Commissioner Novotny spoke to the loan provision. Frankly, I'd like to get to a place where we don't need that loan provision, but if it is necessary, I think it's important to perhaps tighten it up so that we don't have unending 0% interest loans. We really only need that for a short period of time as we go through this transition. I also think it's important that as we discuss that bill, we need a little bit of time to model it out, in particular to ensure that the counties aren't left with a budgetary hole in the early years in particular, because we're collecting on a monthly system that presumably is based on a lower valuation across the state than the previous 18 months, which we would have collected. I don't think that's insurmountable. It's just a conversation that we have to talk about and make sure that counties aren't at a tremendous deficit. There's also some conversation that needs to happen about when to start the back payments and what the length of that transition in here. You know, you might hear from industry a preference to move that to 2023. That might be agreeable to us. The current system that we're working under that's in revisions 1 would get us to a similar place in 2023. So maybe that's an okay thing. We're not here to try and penalize industry. We're just simply trying to bring about a better system. So with that, Mr. Chairman, just the last thing that I would say is the thing that relates to both of these bills is a simple concern about ensuring that we get timely payments from the treasurer's office once these monies are collected. It's important that the counties be able to have that money at a timely point. Traditionally, we would have collected it, but in this instance, the state is doing that. I think the other thing, and it's not contained in this, but it's just an overarching fear, and perhaps it comes up in the future, is does the state then want to collect an administrative fee for collecting this particular tax? That certainly from our perspective is not appropriate. The reason we would have the state step in is simply to align this with the severance tax system and make it easier for business, and counties shouldn't be penalized for that. So Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions, but we would ask your support to continue these things so that we can continue to work with you to get to the right spot.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Riemann. I guess, before the last 2 testifiers thinking we would just be bringing one of these forward, but I guess we'll have some more discussion and maybe putting them both before the legislature with some more amendments in 2021, depending what my co-chair says, since it will probably be in the Revenue Committee, I'm just guessing, since there's no longer the Bankruptcy Committee. I guess we'll see as we go forward. Is there any comments from the Committee for the County Commissioners Association? I'm not seeing any currently, so thank you very much, Mr. Riemann. Don't go too far. Next up, Mr. Obermueller. Welcome, Pete.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Board Committee, Pete Obermueller,
President of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. Thanks for having me back. Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, just at the outset, let me say that I think we are in alignment with Mr. Freeman and the County Commissioner Association that it would be appropriate to move both of these bills, and we can work out some of the complications as we move forward. I think some of the complications could be worked out today, and then we'll continue to discuss. So like Mr. Riemann, I'll just cover each bill first or separately and take questions on those. So Mr. Chairman, I'm cognizant of particularly the new members coming into revenue not having the history of what we're talking about here and the complications involved. And so I'm happy to discuss all of that. This has been a very complicated process, and it's a very it's not an easy bill to follow, and ad valorem, as it relates to mineral production, is not easy to follow just under normal circumstances, and this has made it very, very complicated. So so I'm happy to answer questions, to help sort of level set if you need to. But with that in mind, let me just talk about on the first bill, revisions 1. This does, of course, what you talked about in your last committee meeting, as Mr. Riemann pointed out. The one thing I would note that was discussed during your last committee meeting, I believe Senator Ellis brought it up, and it is not in this bill, and we would ask that consideration be taken to put it in the bill, is the issue of now that the bill adds penalties and interests for not paying on the new monthly, the drawn out monthly schedule, that there be some consideration, particularly in these early years while we're going through the difficult process of making this transition, that penalties and interest are not attached if the companies are not receiving bills from either the counties or the department, whoever ends up in charge. I understand in statute already there's the language about how failure to receive notice does not relieve you from paying taxes. Totally agree with that, no problem at all. And in fact, penalties and interest could in fact be attached later on. But this is a very major change. And Exhibit A of how major it is that that I have not heard from a single member who was asked by the county to pay under the new schedule this year, because it was confusing to everybody. And we talked about it last committee meeting that some notices didn't come out until the end of October, when under the new schedule, technically payment was due on the 10th day of the month of October. So I have every confidence that over time we'll work that out, and no one should be relieved of paying taxes because they didn't get a notice. But perhaps, at least in these early years, we should be relieved of paying penalties and interest while we still work out these complications. I worked on various kind of ways of legal construction to put that language into the bill. It's a little bit complicated, I'm afraid. So perhaps it's conceptual right now, but I wanted to just outline that concern with revision 1. Moving on to revision 2, unless Mr. Chairman, you want me to stop and take questions on that.
Let me get my mic on. There we go. Yeah, sure. Senator Ellis, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe this is a good time to ask our staff if they have enough, after listening to Mr. Obermueller's testimony, to work with a conceptual amendment to that effect. And I would agree. I'm looking at it right now, and I don't think I can come up with something quickly or on the fly, and don't want to make it worse than better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Jumping to Mr. Anderson, conceptually, we think we can draft an amendment along those lines?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on the fly here, I'd hesitate to do anything, but I do have some ideas I think would likely work, and happy to do that if this moves forward. But I'd hate to do it on the fly right now, but I do think I have at least the beginning of an idea of how to do it.
I like it. Senator Case, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm trying to figure out what the ask is. So it wouldn't be to be relieved from penalties and interest for the so-called usual schedule, but it would be for the accelerated schedule. So is that a subpart of what's due, or I'm a little bit confused about that. in terms of how this would work. And then maybe Mr. Obermuller could help me a little bit, or maybe Josh, with what they might be thinking.
Mr. Obermuller, if you want to go first.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Case. Appreciate the question. Yeah, so there's a lot of discussion about the fact that this year this whole process kicked into place this calendar year, rather than the previous process where every company would have paid. Not every company. There was a third option too, but I don't want to confuse things even more. But most companies would have paid the first half of their ad val production in November. This year, it spread that out to October and November. But most companies didn't pay in October, they paid in November. And that was in large part because under the confusion, many of my members reached out to counties and said, what do you want us to do? And the counties said, just pay under the old schedule. So they followed what the counties asked them to do in this case. So one of the testimonies from Treasurer Shell previously, and I understand the county's point here, they were saying there's no, they were using the term incentive to pay under the new schedule. I call it a penalty, but regardless, that there was no enforcement mechanism essentially. So that's why you put in a penalty and interest. That's fine too. We understand that issue of paying penalty and interest on late payments. The issue is, because this is such a major change, none of us really know necessarily what the payment is. So we're not asking to be relieved of having to pay the tax, of course. We're asking to be relieved on having to pay the penalty and interest, let's say in October, which the payment is due on October 10th, but no notice was sent until late October. So let me just throw in one more wrinkle there is severance tax payments. And in fact, in section 1 of HB 159 that you passed, it sets the payment date as the 25th of the month, not the 10th. So the notwithstanding, the new schedule sets payments at the 10th, and then we're getting bills late in the month. So in our collective desire to drive towards a single payment process that matches severance and ad valorem, eventually, hopefully, we can move to the 25th and all that. But despite that, because of all this confusion, we may not actually know what to pay. And so it's a little, unless we get those notices, so it's a little bit difficult. What we're asking for is relief from penalties and interest if we're not receiving it. So it's a lot of words just to get out of this really simple thing, which is perhaps somewhere in what I was trying to work on in the legislation is to say something like, if a notice is not sent prior to some date certain, then the taxpayer will not be subject to penalty and interest for that particular month. I just couldn't. I've tried the past couple of days to work that in, and I'm just not smart enough. I've got to work on it a little bit more.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case, go ahead.
So basically, there would be a 1 month forgiveness. Is I guess that seems reasonable, but I'd like to hear what the assessors will say about that. But anyway, seems possibly reasonable.
I would assume Mr. Obermuller would agree. All right. With that, Senator Ellis, did you have a follow-up on your question? Nope. All right. Mr. Obermuller, I know you were kind of in the middle of discussing. Let's move on to the second bill. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the second one, we have had a lot of discussion with that, and similar to Mr. Riemann, there's a lot of my member companies who could see a lot of value in a more certain and specific timeline like this. So similar to Mr. Riemann, this could end up being our preferred as well, which is why we sort of want both of them to move forward. The first one improves the current statute. This one might improve it all together, but we collectively need a little bit more time. There's two things I would like to note about this. I'll list them in order of importance. Mr. Riemann alluded to it already, but the second bill establishes that essentially what it does is it asks for companies to, we just rip off the Band-Aid, we go to monthly payments. There's a lot of value there. But then it asks companies to start paying essentially the back payments under the old system 8% a year until it's paid off, which is essentially 13 years. It asks for the first payment to start next year in 2021. Current law under HB 159 and under the revisions ask companies to start paying the essentially 8% in 2023. We would like for that to match. We're obviously coming off one of the most difficult years we've ever had in Wyoming for oil and gas, and we really, in order for this bill to become preferable, if we can, we ask that be moved back to match what is current law in 2023. The second one is a little bit more, I guess, well, I won't characterize it. Essentially, page 2, lines 9, it makes the switch starting on July 1, 2021. That just may be logistically difficult. I'll let Director Noble speak for himself on this, but assuming the legislature doesn't even meet until May or sometime in the spring of 2021, then we're making a change within a couple of months and in the middle of a production year, which adds a complication where complication may not be necessary. So I'm not necessarily asking you to make a change on that today, though I think at a minimum, probably a placeholder should be January 1, 2022. But that is a technicality that we need to continue to work on.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Obermueller. Questions for Pete on his testimony from the Petroleum Association of Wyoming? I know Representative Connolly's thinking about one. We might come back. You do have one, Representative Connolly. Go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure it's for Mr. Obermueller or if it's for the County Commissioners Association. But the second one, I can see how the second one is just cleaner, honestly. And now we're hearing a request to maybe start it in 2023. It goes out for 13 years without interest. And it's like, oh my goodness. I mean, that's a long time, and the value of money is quite different today than it will be 13 years from now. So I am a little bit curious about our honestly waiting that long in order to get some of these back taxes. And I'll just say, I absolutely agree. Looking at the first one, having a May 20th date seems like we can't go there, and we can't ask you to go there as an industry either. It just doesn't make sense given when this bill might pass. And so that puts that whole timetable off a bit. But I am a little curious, and maybe it isn't for Mr. Obermueller, about the 13-year payout. Did you consider instead of a 8% per year, a 10 or 15% per year? So then the back pay is done in a shorter period of time, especially if we don't start until 2023. Have you thought about that trade-off at all?
Mr. Obermueller, if you want to comment, sure. If you've thought about it, I assume you probably have. Thoughts?
Oh, yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Representative Connolly. Yeah. So obviously the discussion and the debate on this has gone on for a very long time, and the issue of the policy goal of shifting to monthly payments, I think there's large support for, was always about this transition. And so what you have right now in HB 159 and even fixed a little bit by revisions 1, if you pass that instead, is my members start paying back in 2023, and at best back payments are completed in 16 years. At worst, back payments are completed never, because legislation has to be enacted in 2027 to continue it on. That doesn't change even under revisions number 1. Number 2 is back payments are done in 13 years. And both in revisions 1 and revisions 2, there's no interest attached. And that was a very important part to me and my members, the 2023 start date and the no interest part. So we got there on 1 and 159 with there now, and we're willing to live by that. I think there's a lot to commend the way it is right now. Despite the irritation in my members' finance departments about it, but but second is cleaner and in fact accelerates it further than what current law does.
Thank you, Mr. Obermueller. Any other questions for Pete? Senator Ellis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along those lines, and maybe just to refresh my memory, when we did the transition, when it came to severance tax, because it was a similar, those arguments were similar back then, we just forewent a year of severance tax collection, if recollection serves, doing some of that legislative history. Is that right, Mr. Obermueller?
Mr. Obermueller, do you agree with that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ellis, yeah, essentially that's what happened. It was a very long-term program and essentially a forgiveness.
Okay. Other questions for Pete? Seeing none, thank you very much. Always great to have the Petroleum Association before us. I don't believe anyone else you wish to comment. Yep, come on down, Mining Association. We do have a couple of public comments in China, it looks like. Welcome, Mr. Detai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis Detai, Executive Director of the Wyoming Mining Association, joined by Ms. Jody Levin, who's representing the Trona industry. And we are appropriately socially distanced with plexiglass between us. Mr. Chairman, I don't have much to add. Pete covered everything, covered all of our concerns. Would just reiterate, this is a complicated process, and regardless of whether this bill number 2 goes through, the housekeeping measures, everyone's going to have to be on their game. We're going to need notices to go out on time. We're going to have to do everything from the industry standpoint, from the county standpoint, to do everything we can to reduce the confusion to make this work. And so I think what Pete said is very representative of what my membership would expect. With regard to the second bill and ripping off the Band-Aid, my membership is not monolithic on this. I've got some members that would prefer that, and especially the ones that aren't producing right now. It would be easier for them to make the transition. But again, for the back payment for the past production, we need some time, and 2023 seems appropriate. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stop and stand for questions.
Any questions for the Wyoming Mining Association from Mr. Detai specifically? If not, let's go to Ms. Levine and hear from Trona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jody Levin on behalf of the Trona industry. Not to reiterate any of the comments from my colleagues this morning, I will share the sentiment from the county commissioners of moving both proposals forward and allowing industry the opportunity to work with the counties and the legislature on what is the most appropriate solution. And then to share the sentiment from Mr. Obermueller and Mr. Detai, Trona would echo those concerns. The 2023 implementation date was a key compromise to get Trona okay with these proposals. We need time to be able to make up these additional payments, and so 2023 is a very important date. It was important before the COVID-19 pandemic. We have seen just complete demand destruction of the industry with production down 41% was the bottom in June of this year. It's a very difficult time for the industry, as it is for mining in general and for oil and gas. So that 2023 date becomes all the more important to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Levin. Questions from the committee for Mr. Detai or Ms. Levin? Seeing none at this time, thank you both very much for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any taxpayers have a position? Okay. Seeing no more public comment, we will close public comment. We'll go to Mr. Noble first. Director Noble, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan Noble, Director of the Department of Revenue. I'm going to limit my comments to the administration of both bills. As Josh had mentioned and Mr. Obermueller, there is some level of concern about being able to get the systems in place over a couple of months' time in order to get these the transition for this. So administration we would hope would be moved into 2022. The other issue, and this is under Bill Draft 1, which is, I guess, 304. When you go to page 4 of that draft, it talks about, let's see here, payments shall be calculated using the mill levy established by the county for the immediately preceding year and shall be reconciled using the current mill levy not later than December 10th, 23rd, in the same manner as provided under 3913-113B. I would assume that that is only referring to the actual reconciliation and not monthly payment, because it's probably another 2 years before they're actually on monthly payment. I'm assuming it's strictly for the reconciliation, and that's probably something that we can clear up in drafting, make sure that that's what is contemplated. I don't believe that in either one of these that we'll be able to respond, depending on when the legislature meets this year or this coming year, to have a system in place to be able to do it. One of the things I'll point out about Bill Draft 1 or 304 is that it essentially has me keeping 2 sets of books. I'll be keeping the books for the severance tax, at least until we get to a monthly payment schedule, and I'll be keeping a set of books for the ad valorem. I'll be asking of the county treasurers to send us what the tax due is on each of the taxpayers out there, and then I'm going to turn around and bill the taxpayer for it. So I don't know that it really provides the jump to monthly payment of ad valorem taxes that you'd like to see. It does clean up and does, memorialize when these payments are made. But I think it's probably going to be fairly difficult to administer. The other bill, which is 305, jumps to monthly payment of the ad valorem tax on the same schedule as the severance tax is being paid. And that minimizes the system changes, because now I'm talking about paying taxes on the same schedule that we already get it from, the same production that we get for severance taxes. So the administration of that bill would be much easier. I think it is probably wise to bring both of them forward because of the fact that it gives options for the legislature. And we'll certainly administer these either way. But I just wanted to point out that it'd probably be much more quickly handled by our vendors that actually write the code for this to do option 2. Option 1 can be done. It's just going to take some time. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Questions for the department? Not seeing any at this time. All right. So with that, committee, we will close public comment. Is there a motion on either bill 304 or 305? I'd be happy to take such at this time. Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move both bills.
Let's procedurally, I think you have to do one at a time. And if you'd like to please the chairman, 305 would be my preference if you'd like to make that motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd move 21 LSO 305.
Always appreciate it. Is there a second?
Second
by Senator Ellis. All right, 305 is on the table. Certainly, I mean, my personal thoughts, this is much more workable and easier clarity for everyone. But happy to listen to any comments from members of the committee. Any amendments anyone wants to offer at this time? Going once. Going twice. Is there Representative Hallinan? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the 2023 change, I guess it's on line 9, and maybe otherwise in the other places in the bill, 2023 would be an appropriate change for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is that a motion, Representative Hallinan, or you're just generally agreeing that 23 deadline is the important date that we're all focused on?
No, that would be an amendment to the bill.
Oh, okay. Could you just specify one more time? I had to pull it up in front of me. Do you have a place where you'd put it? Otherwise I can.
I think it
That's
goes
Mr.
along-
Anderson. Go ahead, Josh, if you jump in and.
So, Mr. Chairman, I believe from the testimony from industry was that they wanted that date for the repayment of the tax that will be missed essentially by the transition. So that would be the change to the date on page 2, line 15.
Beginning in 2023. Okay. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Representative Larson. Discussion committee. Happy to take any discussion on that amendment.
Question on the amendment.
Question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand into the camera. I have Baldwin, Larson, Hallinan, Blackburn,
Case is right
Case, Ellis, Selman, Western, Driscoll, Beitman. Well, that's about as many votes as we've ever had in favor of something in this committee. Amendment passes. Back on the bill.
Question on the bill.
Seeing no further amendments or discussion, question on LSO draft 305 to make it a 2021 committee bill. Josh, if you would call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, this is for 21
Not
hours.
right away, maybe a half hour.
As amended, Senator Baldwin.
Aye.
Senator Beitman.
No.
Senator Driscoll.
Aye.
Senator Ellis.
Aye.
Representative Blackburn.
Aye.
Representative Connolly.
Aye.
Representative Dayton Selman.
Aye.
Representative Hallinan.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Roscoe.
Aye.
Representative Sweeney. Representative Sweeney.
Trying to unmute. There you go.
Aye.
Representative Western.
I missed.
Co-chairman Case.
Aye.
Co-chairman Zwanitzer.
Aye.
That should make Dan happy.
13 ayes, Mr. Chairman.
Let's move the other one.
Thank you. And it does look like we did miss perhaps one of those dates in that last bill in conjunction with that last amendment on moving implementation to 2022. I don't know if that needs to be drafted separately or that can be a conforming amendment. You let me know on that one, Josh. With that, is there anyone like to make a motion on LSO draft 304? Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd make that motion.
Second.
Seconded by Senator Ellis. Go ahead, Representative Connolly.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I think like members of the committee, 305 is a cleaner bill. But when we're asked by both the petroleum associations, mining association, the county commissioners to move both forward so that they can work a little bit more on it, I think that's something that's a reasonable request. And so I would ask us to move 304 along as well. And I think with the recognition that the next committee will choose one of them to move forward to the full body.
I do like that support for industry, Representative Connolly. Further discussion from the committee. Senator Ellis, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move an amendment, a conceptual amendment to the bill.
Okay.
As we discussed, it would have the express intent is that the taxpayer shouldn't be subject to fees and penalties for late payment of a monthly assessment if the taxpayer had not received notice of the assessment. And that's not notice. Again, this needs some wordsmithing, but prior to its due date. And the intention is, if a taxpayer can't say, well, I didn't get notice. If we bill them, that's the notice. The problem though, is when we're late doing our work, and I just don't think it's fair to ask any taxpayer, not just in this context, but broadly, that if a government agency hands you a bill late, that you shouldn't have to be liable for their delay. So that would be the conceptual amendment, Mr. Chairman. And I'm laughing. I did try and take a stab at wordsmithing it. And as I was saying it out loud, I knew I didn't get it right. But that's the amendment.
Okay. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, before I second, may I ask a question?
I think procedurally I need a second before we start discussing, unless it's a point of order. You want a second though? Go. Anybody else would like to second the motion? Seconded by Hallinan. Go ahead, Senator Case. Question.
Well, I guess my question is, Senator Ellis, are we just talking about the sped up portion of the tax obligations? Or are we talking about all the tax obligations? Because right now there is no such grace for the tax obligations. So this is what I was trying to figure out from Mr. Obermuller. And I'm kind of okay that if it's because of this transition and it's the piece that's hanging out because of the transition, I think that's fair and I can support that. But if it's kind of the basic obligation under the old schedule, I can't. So I'm trying to figure that out. And I don't know how we would draft it either.
Senator Ellis, I'm assuming we'll agree with that sentiment, but any comments in regard?
Mr. Chairman, this is intended to be perspective. Starting with the addressing of the transition, and it is just to get after those instances where, because of confusion and how to administer the tax, government sending those out behind schedule. I just don't think that the taxpayer should be liable for those being sent out late because we can't figure out how to calculate and administer.
And let me throw in a question. Would that be a one-time thing, or, each year we're having some issues on calculations, they would get that passed every time the department doesn't send out the bill on time?
I think anytime we send out a bill late, that the taxpayer shouldn't be held liable for our, government's inability to administer a bill.
Okay. Other comments or discussion? Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator, but I was going to support this until Senator Ellis, your last comments. I mean, we have for virtually every bill that is out there, we're obligated to pay it. My property taxes, for example, I don't get a second notice if I choose to do it on the twice a year schedule, right? I've gotten one notice and that's it. It's my obligation to pay. I think the companies know that as well. I would absolutely agree with this amendment if we are talking about this for the accelerated payments. We have heard how the payments for past taxes owed. And only that portion of it, because it is complicated. We have heard that the assessors don't even know how much to charge. It makes absolutely no sense that there would be penalties and interest that would be associated with a company getting a late notice for that payment. The other payments, they know that they're obligated to pay. And so it's just for this very particular element of getting those past taxes owed. So I agree with Senator Case. If it's for that portion, I am totally in favor of it, but not in favor of it in general, because then it separates out kind of one industry versus all others, including residential taxpayers.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're saying the same thing. And to the extent that I'm not articulating that, I apologize. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, Mr. Chairman, I think we're talking about the same thing, and where we are trying to have LSO come up with a conceptual amendment. But your example of getting notice for your property tax payment for the year and knowing that you can pay it either in one lump sum or in two payments, you've had notice of that. So that's not what I'm saying. They're not relieved of that obligation of things they already have noticed that they're owed or that they need to pay. This is the instance where, because of the transition, the department, it hasn't calculated and there's confusion and they get the bill late. They can't say, well, you got this bill on October 31st. You were supposed to have paid it on October 10th. Like, that's the instance I'm getting after.
And Josh, I would assume in drafting this conceptual amendment, if you had a public policy question that you were unsure of after this discussion, you would have a staff comment as part of the drafted amendment or multiple amendments that would incorporate. Would that be correct? I know it's going to be a difficult one to draft, but it looks like you might have a couple months and to get it done.
Mr. Chairman, so, to the extent it's approved by the committee today, I won't necessarily have, if it's approved as a conceptual amendment, I won't necessarily have a chance to do it with a staff comment, as we don't include those on bills that are introduced to session. But that said, I'm certainly happy to run it by you as the chairman, and you guys can certainly share with the full committee to make sure that we have it right before it goes into the final version of the bill.
So, Mr. Chairman.
I think that's great, especially if you get it drafted after January 1st. Senator Case.
You're being clever, Mr. Chairman. But Mr. Anderson, just you kind of get it. You think you get it. That it's. I think we're all in agreement that we're talking about the sped up portion being excused from penalties of interest, not the base portion, for lack of better words.
That'd be correct, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, I believe I'm following here, Mr. Chairman. I'll certainly try to address it and make sure we're making it addressing all these concerns.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how you do it, but I do appreciate it. Thank you, Senator Ellis, for the good amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment committee? Seeing none and question being called, all in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand.
I got it.
I got Case, Dane Selman, Ellis, Driscoll, Hannon, Blackburn, Western, Connolly. That looks like that amendment is passed as well. Is there further discussion on the bill?
Question.
None and question being called. Josh, if you would call the roll on making LSO draft 304 committee bill for the 2021 session.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is for 21 LSO 304 as amended. Senator Baldwin.
Aye.
Senator Beitman.
No.
Senator Driscoll.
Aye.
Senator Ellis.
Aye.
Representative Blackburn.
Aye.
Representative Connolly.
Aye.
Representative Dayton Selman.
Aye.
Representative Hallinan.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
No.
Representative Roscoe.
Aye.
Representative Sweeney.
Aye.
Representative Western.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Case.
Aye.
And Co-Chairman Zwanitzer.
Aye.
12 ayes, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Well, thank you, committee. Any further discussion on ad valorem taxes while we're on the subject? Representative Connolly, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just the kind of the comment to the organizations that wanted a bit more time. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate that it's the holidays, but we don't know when we're going back into session, but it could be sooner rather than later. And so I would just ask them to get together and really kind of work out the specifics that they talked about wanting to have more conversations over. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, it appears we have 5 people signed up for general public comment at this time. So my hope is we have about, looks like maybe 20 minutes. We have other people here in the room for public comment today. So I'm going to let all the people in the waiting room who have signed up for public comment in at this time. And we'll take them one by one. Up first, it looks like Ms. Kindred. Ms. Kindred, if you can hear me, you have the floor for general public comment to the Revenue Committee. Although it does appear your camera may be at a 90-degree angle. Perfect. Hi, Ms. Rawls. Floor is yours, Marcy.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. It's good to see you all. I am Marcy Kindred. I live in Wyoming House District 8 and Senate District 5. I am a real estate agent and mother of 4 school-age boys here in the capital city. And first of all, I want to offer my gratitude to all of you and your job, and also my sympathy. The job you have guiding Wyoming through this financial crisis is a big one, and it's not going to be fun. And I don't know who in their right mind would want the job. But the job is yours. And if you do what needs to be done to save our state, you're going to have to do some unpopular things, which by the very nature of our political system, when your position relies on popular elections, doing anything unpopular is pretty counterintuitive. Tax us. The request sounds absurd. My family lives barely over the paycheck to paycheck threshold. This is the very first year that we will not put Christmas on a credit card. And here I am asking you to take some of my income. But the thing is, I think if more people understood where our taxes go, what they support, we wouldn't be so anti-tax as a state. But unfortunately, because our coffers have been overflowing with the bounty that the minerals have blessed upon our state, we haven't really had to think about it because somebody else has been paying our bills. And because of that, we haven't had to challenge this somewhat national narrative that our government is untrustworthy and spends all our money selfishly and frivolously, because in Wyoming, we're not like that, right? We're all live and let live around here. We don't pay taxes and we're doing just fine. But because we haven't been having this conversation for years, now we're in a really tough place. And by we, I mean you, you. A couple of years ago, I attended the Realtors Legislative Reception after one of the sessions. And that was back in the before time when we gathered together. And a legislator, I won't say who, was talking to a few people there about the mismanagement of our schools' funding, our education systems funding. And there were complaints going around about our large schools being built and the surplus amounts of superintendents and a whole variety of complaints. And I happen to be in the other camp when it comes to school funding, and I won't get too far into it, but our Wyoming education system is one that we should be proud of and one that we should protect. And I'm all for oversight and making sure that we're spending appropriately and that the funds are staying with the children and the teachers in the classrooms. But when I offered to that particular conversation that perhaps we didn't have as much of a spending problem as we did a revenue problem, the legislator laughed and tried to dismiss it. But I persisted. I asked how they thought that we should bring in revenue that we surely weren't going to get back from the dying mineral industry. And it was a cordial conversation, but as we talked more numbers and budgets and revenue streams, the group of 3 or 4 other folks slowly dissipated and disappeared. Policy and budget talk are real winners at dinner parties. But when it was just this legislator and I asked them point blank about taxes. We have to implement some taxes, right? An income tax, something. And they looked at me and they said, oh yeah, that's what will be needed. But they won't ask for it until it hurts, until it's too painful to bear. And that was the end of our conversation. And I've thought a lot about the interaction. And at first I was really mad. How dare they? That they would sooner let the people of Wyoming fall into such a terrible state of disarray and misery that from our painful state, we finally yell uncle. But honestly, y'all are elected by the people of your districts to represent the wishes of your people. And if the people don't want taxes, who's to say you're wrong in not implementing them? But you have been elected leaders of this state. You're supposed to represent the people of your district, right? But you're also privy to a lot of information they don't have access to, or the time or the know-how to understand. So I think a little bit more is asked of you. As leaders, you're not just expected to tell people what they want to hear. Sometimes you need to tell people what they need to hear, and this is one of those times. So please let them hear you. Have the tough conversations. Propose actual solutions. Even if you know they'll be unpopular, start the conversations with your constituents and your colleagues. Hold some Zoom town halls. Do some Facebook Lives. Write op-eds. Do they let you do that? I don't know. I'm not here today just to ask for more taxes, because I know what a difficult position y'all are in. Because while I'm here giving public testimony in favor of, I know your legislative inbox is going to be filled with ragey memos to the contrary.
It has been for weeks, yes.
But I'm asking you to be brave, because it's easy to speak against the other party, the other states, but it's scary to disagree with your friends and your constituents. But that's exactly what it's going to take to fix this. You know it, I know it, and actually a lot more people than you think know what it's going to take to get through this. And I'm just here letting you know that I got your back and I support you, and I promise I will loudly support what you may think are unpopular things. And there are a lot of us that we've got your backs. please, please just save our state and let us know how we can help.
Thank you, Ms. Kindred. Certainly appreciate the comments. Anybody have any questions for Ms. Kindred? Seeing none at this time. Thank you very much for being here, Marcy. Have a great
Thank you so
holiday
much.
season.
You too.
Next up, Reverend Gerard. Is it Bob Garrett? There you come. Hi, welcome, sir. Floor is yours. Anybody have any questions, Ms. Kendrick? Bob, if you can hear us, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. You too.
Next up, maybe not Mr. Garrett. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Yep, we can hear you too. Go
Good,
ahead.
good. That helps. Yeah, I'm Reverend Bob. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman and representatives. I'm Robert Gerard. I'm Presbyterian minister, retired. Okay, thank you. I'm Reverend Robert Gerard, retired Presbyterian minister here in Cheyenne. I can hear you.
Yep, we can hear you. Oh, I think you need to turn your YouTube video feed off.
Yeah, I'm Reverend Bob.
Reverend, that would make you not have the echo and double hear us all if you turn off the YouTube channel.
I'm Robert Gerard. I'm Presbyterian minister, retired. I have lived in Wyoming for 20 years. I'm Reverend Robert Gerard, retired Presbyterian minister here in Cheyenne.
I think you need to turn your YouTube video feed off.
Oh.
Reverend, that would make you not have the echo.
Okay. I wondered about that.
Yeah, the 30-second time lag can screw everything up. So, all right, now we're in real time. Floor is yours. Welcome.
20 years. Okay. Okay. Get it back in place. All right. Now that gets rid of the echo. Thank you. Yeah. In the 20 years I've lived here, I served 13 and a half years at First Presbyterian Church in Cheyenne.
30-second time lag can screw everything up. So, all right.
Okay.
Real time. Floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm Reverend Bob Gerard. I have lived here 20 years in Cheyenne and served at First Presbyterian Church. Thank you. First, no, this, yeah. In the 20 years I've lived here, I served 13 and a half years at First.
So we're going to mute Mr. Gerard for a second. He will cancel his YouTube out, and then in just a second, we'll let him back in. Until then, Mr. Thompson, if you'd like to go next, and your YouTube is canceled, we'll just keep everyone in the room, and I think that will space out the echo. If you can, yep, Mr. Thompson, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jwanitzer. My name is Josh Thompson. I want to first of all acknowledge all of you, and I listened to an enthralling discussion a moment ago on ad valorem taxes. You guys have a very difficult job, and I appreciate what you're doing. I am a board certified teacher in Casper, Wyoming. I've taken a personal day today to be able to testify before the committee. And the purpose of my testimony today is to talk about the impact of the $131 million in cuts public schools in the state have faced over the last 4 years. Of course, with the last legislative study also showing that our schools were underfunded by $90 million. Essentially, I currently work at the Pathways Innovation Center, a career and technical education program, a $45 million building, state-of-the-art facility, where we've made a lot of commitments to Wyoming's extractive and heavy industry. We have a nursing, culinary, welding, construction, and automotive program. We were looking at opening up HVAC, electrical, and plumbing. Of course, the fiscal circumstances sort of kept us from staffing those programs this year. Generally, when students come to us, they have a core class and a career and technical education elective class. But due to the most recent cuts, which districts have tried to stomach through attrition, for example, our math and our science teacher in our building, when they retired or resigned, essentially they were not replaced. And what that has done is it has impacted student opportunities at the Pathways Innovation Center. and also produce some inefficiency in scheduling. So, for example, I have one class right now with 4 students in it, and our culinary teacher has one class with 1 student in it. So whenever these cuts are handed down and retirements or resignations are handled through attrition, that's just going to happen, basically because of student credit needs, because they still need that math and science class, which now they have to take back at their home school. As a result of these cuts, enrollment at Pathways is down as a result. And generally, privately, I can say before the committee that it does kind of force a kind of turf war over ADM between different school buildings and different programs. For example, we know a number of our students and have documented, we're told today that some of the classes we do offer at Pathways were not offered. And we do know, despite course requests being full for, say, example, our nursing program, that those classes were not then ultimately filled. In addition, it's created increases in class sizes. I've been teaching for about 12 years, and I have the largest class that I've had with 24 students in it, in a space that's really designed for 20 students. My colleague, Marcy Odell, English Language Arts, actually has 2 classes with 28 students in it, with combined 11th and 12th grade juniors and seniors in that class. There's a great deal of research that class size is the single most important reform that we can make to schools. And as we head in the opposite direction due to these cuts and attrition, it's educationally harmful to students, particularly in a day and age when the working vocabulary of students has declined by 30 to 50% owing to technology and smartphones over the last decade. I also generally just wanted to say that that also means that we as staff members also have inadequate professional planning time, which is producing burnout. Most of our teachers in our building are working with half planning or no planning. And again, this is one of the things that happens when you cut school budgets. Also, it's driven some salary stagnation in Natrona County. Over the last several years, our CIC committee in the district, which handles salary and benefits, has prioritized adding some additional salary funds to those that are topped out on our salary schedule with an MA plus 60. Completely understand why that happens, because you're trying to encourage retirements and resignations of the most expensive employees in the district, which should free up more dollars to actually devote to salaries for beginning teachers. And as a product of that, I understand that our BA teachers, our graduating bachelor's teachers in our district, are now actually at about the 15th percentile statewide in Natrona County. And as a product of that, the teacher shortage that has been experienced nationwide is now actually coming home to roost here in Wyoming. I understand that we've had an English language arts teacher last year at one of our major high schools that went unfilled, posted in the spring, went unfilled all summer, and in fact, an entire school year. Also, as a product of that, class sizes in English language arts classes across the district have ballooned to about 28 students. And particularly given, the impact of that on our efforts to diversify the state's economy and what have you, especially given the impact of technology on the human brain and what we're seeing in classrooms, that is absolutely something that is educationally harmful to those students' futures and our ability to remain competitive in the marketplace. I generally wanted to add to that by giving you a couple anecdotes from some of the cuts that happened prior to this that generally should illustrate the principle that cuts generally are fiscally irresponsible and costly, and underscore this committee's important work in the failure to pass revenue measures or persuade both houses to support revenue measures that are coming their direction. What will happen as a product of that? Prior to my working at the Pathways Innovation Center, I worked at the Transitions Learning Center in Casper, which is a credit recovery program where students who weren't graduating on time came to catch up on credit so they could graduate on time, where 100% of the students who'd previously dropped out came, and then any students between semesters at the high school level came to Transitions because they could only enroll a semester. So we had a unique student population, but certainly had many at-risk, under-resourced learners. And the fact is that cuts are handed down from the state legislature. Those are political decisions that are made by boards of trustees who are not unmindful of the difficult decisions before them and how those cuts will play out. with the decisions that they make. I'd like to acknowledge your work and their work by understanding that, Louis XVI had a famous quote: whenever he made an appointment, he won and 99 enemies. Clearly, when you make a decision, any decision, you're going to be pleasing some and disappointing others. So you definitely have hard choices in front of you. I don't know all the dimensions that went into the impact of these prior cuts, but I will tell you that when I started at the Transitions Learning Center, we had a full-time mental health counselor contracted through the Central Wyoming Counseling Center there 5 days a week. My second year there, they'd been cut to 3 days a week. My third year there, they were cut to 1 day a week. In my fourth and fifth years there, we had a counselor there for a half a day a week. And we served a very volatile, vulnerable student population with a history of chronic trauma. And so that was a critical part of our program. And that being cut to a half day had disastrous consequences for human beings in the state of Wyoming. So I'd like to just take a moment to underscore this point by saying that the political reality.
About 1 more minute. I mean, as a language arts teacher, you can appreciate that, say it short and concise and clear. 9 minutes is a while. So if you could.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We'll definitely try to get caught up. Long story short, I just wanted to say we don't cut IB or AP or for athletics, programs and services that benefit students who are vulnerable, ones that their parents are not effective advocates. I will tell you, we had a young man who was having a psychotic breakdown, ultimately ended up raping an infant in Casper. There was nobody to help. I will tell you that we had a student who drove into the hospital at 75 miles an hour, killing her 2 passengers. Both of those individuals are now incarcerated with long sentences at a cost to taxpayers of $30,000 a year. And thus, I basically just wanted to encourage the committee to please understand that we've got counselors that are understaffed, 250 students recommended per counselor. We have 750, 3 times the number at the middle level, 2 times the number of national research recommended at the high school level. And those are the impacts of the cuts that will be made if this committee and the legislature is unable to pass additional revenue measures.
Certainly appreciate that, Mr. Thompson. And the situation is not going to get better in Wyoming for a while, certainly. Any questions for Mr. Thompson? I know several of us are educators on this panel, and yeah, we see firsthand. All right, thank you very much today for your testimony. Happy holidays and enjoy your weekend. Reverend Gerard, welcome back. Let me unmute you. And we can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Good. I apologize. I didn't know those 2 programs would interact that way. I've lived in Wyoming for 20 years, and I served First Presbyterian Church for 13 and a half years in Cheyenne. And in those years, I visited the hospital 5,000 times and nursing homes 5,000 times, and had many people, I don't know how many people came to the church for help concerning Medicaid and Medicare and any kind of health concerns. So I'd like to put in my 2 cents worth that we should expand Medicaid. And I've learned in watering my flowers and my other vegetation around my house that 1 extra drop of water in the watering can cause an overflow. So I want to be that extra drop of water that will cause an overflow that we might expand on Medicaid. And the other item is income taxes. As a citizen of Wyoming, I'm willing to pay income taxes in order to make sure that our schools and our roads and our health care are first class in this state. And I just want you to know that there's somebody willing to pay income taxes for all of that. And I think it really affects education, as we heard, and counseling, that we don't have the money to do what we need to do to make them work properly. And so just want you to hear those 2 things from me. Thank you for your time very much. And have a great Christmas season.
Thank you, Reverend. Let me make sure there's no questions for you.
Okay.
I don't see any, but certainly appreciate your time and have a great holiday season as well.
Okay.
Miss Amon, you are up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. My name is Kimberly Amon, and I'm an award-winning National Geographic certified teacher in Cheyenne. I am here today to urge you to consider passing legislation that will create revenue in our state. I grew up in Wyoming. My husband grew up in Wyoming. We have raised 2 children here in Wyoming. And in May, I will welcome a granddaughter who will be a 6th generation Wyomingite. We love this state. But if things don't change, we fear that we will be forced to leave this state. I have spent 28 years working in education, all of those in Wyoming. I've never wanted to teach anywhere else because of the investment that Wyoming has consistently made in our education system. I tell people around the country that we are doing great things here in Wyoming, and we are. However, since 2017, education funding has been cut by $131 million. And if no revenue is created, then next year, my district alone will be looking to cut another $28.5 million. That's the 10% that the governor asked to voluntarily cut. That is where we are right now. That is before any legislative action that would provide further cuts. The previous cuts have already taken their toll, and the proposed cuts for next year would be devastating. This cut would result in the loss of almost every 1st, 2nd, and 3rd year teacher in my district. Our administration has told our principals that they could possibly be looking to supervise 2 schools. As a teacher, I need my principal in the building. Our district has asked us if we'd be willing to take an 8 to 10% pay cut or lose all of those positions. The problem with that is it's a lose-lose situation for all of us. We can't take an 8 to 10% pay cut. We don't make that much money as educators. And if you're talking about paraprofessionals, there's no way. This type of cut is substantial and will literally bankrupt many of our colleagues. It's not just education where we need revenue. My husband has worked for the Wyoming Department of Transportation for 27 years, and he has been furloughed for 1 day a month at a cost of about $300 a month to our family. We've been told that more furloughs are coming. Make no mistake, a furlough is a pay cut. The 8 to 10% pay cut that my district asked us if we'd be willing to take would remove another $600 a month from our family income. So that means that my family is about to lose $900 a month. And that money is just taken from us. We didn't do anything to cause that. It's just being taken from us. We've spent our entire lives working in public service for this state. And to be told that that's just what has to happen is unacceptable. Losing $900 a month will not just impact my family, but many families. My family's not alone. We are simply one example of the middle-class family who loves this state and is looking at having no options but to leave it. I have had colleagues come and tell me that they would need to sell their homes, that they would need to move, that they would need to claim bankruptcy. This is happening. This is real. And we are asking you to please fix it. We are begging you to fix it, to find revenue streams that will help this situation. I can assure you that I would much rather pay taxes than lose $900 a month in income. I'm confident that even an income tax, if you passed that, would not be anywhere near 8 to 10% of what our income currently is. And the taxes come with benefits like schools, roads, firemen, policemen, parks, recreation centers, etc. All of these things are necessary for our economy to thrive. I am watching our great state die a slow death, and it can be prevented. You have the power to prevent it. The people are begging you to fix it, so please listen to us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Amon. Always a pleasure to see you and I appreciate your comments. Senator Ellis does have a question or a comment. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I grapple with this. I've got 3 kids in public schools. I love their teachers. They're awesome. And I know they're worried about jobs. They're worried about their salaries. I think that there is frustration of over some administrative salaries that are near $200,000 statewide. You know, the revenue or the recalibration committee has been looking closely at those. And so one solution or one idea that's been discussed is what if you create different buckets so that we say, instead of it just one large block grant, the legislature looks at legislative salaries, or excuse me, teacher salaries and protects those and continues to invest in those. But in some other buckets, like administrative salaries from your central office, maybe reining those in a little bit. And so I asked this yesterday of the WEA, and there was opposition to that idea. But as someone who cares about my kids' teachers and their salaries and what Wyoming's future looks like, I'd be curious to know your thoughts on that particular idea.
Ms. Amon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Ellis. That's a hard one for me because when you're talking about income, you're talking about people's livelihoods. And I know that there are some administrative costs that could be cut, absolutely, without a doubt. But the vast majority of the money that is invested in our education system goes to salaries of people who are on the front lines. And that does include principals. And I know that I am very fortunate to work in a school that has a great principal and is very supportive. And the thought of her having to go to 2 schools and only be here half days or, sometimes not be here to support us when things come up, that would be devastating. And our class sizes would increase. And so I don't know that I'm opposed to making cuts that could be made. But when you ask me if I'm for cutting someone else's salary, I can't really support that because, as you know, if someone was going to cut your salaries, that could possibly be devastating to you. I would have to look at what those buckets are, Senator Ellis, to tell you for sure if I would support that. I can tell you that my colleagues, the first question they ask is, what about admin? Are we going to cut admin? So I can honestly tell you that that is the first thing they ask. When we got the question about the 8 to 10% possible cut, that was the question that we asked, if that was across the board. The bottom line is there is no way that people making $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year can afford an 8 to 10% pay cut.
You have a follow-up, Senator Ellis?
No, Mr. Chairman, happy to just, Ms. Amon lives in my district. I'm happy to chat more about this offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. I would love that.
Representative Western also has a comment, discussion question, or maybe not. Maybe so. Representative Western?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm assuming, I think you made the point of, well, it's a tough call because these cuts mean salaries, and these salaries mean people, and this means people's livelihoods. And I think that that's a really valid point because it's true. I will tell you how I personally view these cuts. There's some people who say, that there's just, tons of waste, fraud, and abuse and all this stuff. And I'm sure there's some, but I think we're kidding ourselves if we're going into these cuts if it's just some nameless, faceless bureaucrat somewhere. These cuts are going to affect real people. They're going to affect our neighbors, our friends, our family, people like yourself who absolutely care about kids and the learning outcomes of kids. My point is that I'm going into these cuts with my eyes wide open, knowing how painful these are going to be. But at the end of the day, I firmly believe that we're going to have to start with cuts, serious, painful cuts, and then we can pivot to revenue. Because I think that's just on principle. That's how we handle these situations. Regardless of how severe they are, I think the first thing we got to do is cut. And again, people want to say, oh, well, let's cut the fat. That's an easy thing to advocate for. I think the real leadership is having to look these people in the eye in your communities and in my community. Again, these teachers, these people and that work for the district, people that I know, people that are my neighbors or people that I live with or live near, and still have to look them in the eye and say, hey, this is step one. And it's going to be incredibly painful. So know that I'm not looking at this as just some nameless, faceless person. I understand that when these cuts come down, that these are people who care, people who work hard. And I understand that's how I view it. And I piggyback off Senator Ellis's comments. I think, at the end of the day, the most important thing about K-12 education in Wyoming is driving educational outcomes. That's it. Nothing comes close to the level of importance that objective has. And how do we get there? It's teachers. We all know that nothing drives learning outcomes more than the teacher in the classroom, both for better or for worse outcomes. And so me personally, I think, when we do have that talk, it's making sure that revenue isn't just going to funding schools. it's the funding teachers, because that's the most important thing that ultimately drives learning outcomes. So that's just know that as a legislator on this committee, that's how I am personally viewing this K-12 conundrum that we're in. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Western. Not sure there was actually a comment in there, but as part of the educational discussion, certainly warranted. Any other questions for Ms. Amon? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Kim. Always a pleasure seeing you.
You too, Chairman Zwaniser. Thank you.
Ms. Humber, you can be up next if you'd like. And then we'll go to Ms. Lind.
Hi.
Well, hi. Welcome
How
back.
are y'all? I'm back. How are y'all doing? Well, thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it. And I want to say thank you to all of you. I know this is not easy, like some of the other commenters have said, so I appreciate all the time and effort you're putting into this. I guess you probably know what I'm going to say. I support increased revenues for the state. I think like the first commenter said, we've had so many of these things paid for from the mineral industry, which has been wonderful. It really has been. But so many of these are services that we need. And I think in the past couple of years, we've cut a lot of what we can cut. I'm on the parent advisory committee, and, they're looking at 8 to 10% cuts for our district. And, looking at these cuts they're going to have to make in education, it is so painful because it's going to affect our teachers, people working, and it's going to affect our kids. I don't know if you remember from last time, but I told you that, my husband grew up here, but I am not from here. I'm from Georgia. And I've always loved Wyoming, though. I've wanted to move out here since I was a little girl. So it really is a dream come true for me to be here. And I appreciate this state so much. And I just want to tell you that for me and my family, the two things that I brag about all the time is, my family's always outside, and I love this, rugged Wyoming lifestyle. I love how tough my kids are compared to other kids when we go home, but I also brag about the level of education in the state and the commitment that Wyoming has given to education. It's really something to be proud of. And in my opinion, before you start making cuts, I think that we should seek to find revenue to replace what the mineral industry can't cover anymore. And it's not just for education. I think for, healthcare, for, mental health, especially in this state. There's so many things that we need to fund. And if we don't, it's going to hurt us so much. And my kiddos are little right now. They're 6 and they're 9. But when they start getting older, something parents have to think about is what if the classes, if my kids want to go to college, which I'm assuming they will, I'm hoping that they will. And if they want to go to a good college, they have to have certain courses in their high school to get into these colleges. And if we start cutting programs and my kids can't have those, we're going to have to leave. And I think like the woman who spoke before me, if people aren't getting paid, they're going to have to leave. You're going to see families. And I promise you this, if you cut education and if you cut these services, you are going to see families leave this state. It's going to happen. And I really don't want it to. There's just some of the best people I've ever met living here. And I think that in Pinedale, I think that when I go to, I work at the Sublette County Library in Pinedale. And I think that when I go to library conferences and meet people around the state, so I think that the goal of the legislator is to do what you can to fund these things and then cut where absolutely necessary after you've figured out how to do most of the funding. And I don't know if I said did I say my name? I'm Michelle Umber. I live in Pinedale, Wyoming. I have 2 children. My husband and I have 2 children in Pinedale Elementary. So yeah, thank you so much for listening today. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Humber. Any questions? See, you're testifying from the Pinedale Library Annex where we had our meeting last year.
Yeah, I'm in the boardroom. I'm taking my lunch in here.
Nice. Seeing none, thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Next up, Ms. Lind. coming by telephone, so I'm hoping you can hear us and join us. But there you go.
Now?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry for the phone. Our internet went down in Dayton about 20 minutes ago. So thank you for listening to me today. I appreciate the comments that my fellow citizens in Wyoming have been making for the last period of time. And, you know, I sat down to think about what I wanted to say to you guys today. And so I was reflecting on everything that my taxes pay for. And the list just kept getting longer and longer. And the longest ledger was the closer down to me that government got, the local services, the county services, with my clean water that comes out of the tap miraculously and takes the toilet flushes away miraculously. You know, down to getting some help from the county dog and cat shelter to make sure that my kitten was neutered last fall. So it's just like, I can't even stop thinking of all the things that my taxes pay for. And then my mind is blown that I didn't grow up from Wyoming. I came to Wyoming for the clean air, the sunshine, and my wife's family. And I love it here. I love living here. But it just kind of blows my mind that there's no income tax. I have always paid both state and local income taxes. And I understand what they pay for. And, you know, I didn't used to get excited about road maintenance, but I'm like really excited that we were able to find a house that has, you know, local and county road service. So I don't have to pay anyone to plow my road. That's amazing. I want to keep having those services well into the future. So the more I thought about it, like the more just like government is everywhere and most of the time it's invisible. And it's your job as our elected leaders to help educate people about those services. And I don't think it's your job to tell us that you're going to have to cut all of those things because the money just isn't there, because it's actually your job on this committee to find the money. And we have a wealth of resources here in this state, including an outsized number of millionaires. So I'm going to suggest that you start there. The median income in Wyoming is only like $65,000 a year, or it was last year, might be less this year with the economy the way it is. I don't think people under $100,000 can take a big cut that they weren't expecting, like an income tax, but I think people making more than that probably can share some of that money with the state so that we can have all those services that we all enjoy. And one way or the other, millionaires are going to make or break the state in the coming years. And it's either going to be legislators like you figuring out how much we need from them, what their share really is that they can carry, and taxing them, and using a democratic process to decide how to use those taxes most wisely for the whole state. Or we're going to have to go as individual citizens and nonprofits and try to beg hat in hand from those same people to give generously so that we can have suicide prevention services and mental health services and fire departments. And I just don't think that's right. I don't want to have to beg my fellow citizens to share what they have, because I don't have enough to pay for all the community services that I enjoy by myself. Everybody's got to pay their fair share, and I'm asking you to institute an income tax. And by the way, while you're at it, like, why have we been throwing away free money for people to have access to healthcare? Expand Medicaid. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lind. I think everyone on this committee can at least agree with the sentiment that government is everywhere. As I was listening to your testimony and thinking about how members of the Revenue Committee, the lenses all over Wyoming we listen through. And I would assume that Representative Western and Senator Beitman are your legislators. So certainly get them anytime. With that, we did just have another person enter the room by phone, Ms. Willis. I assume you're public comment. The floor is yours. I'm hoping you can hear me. There you go.
Yes, thank you. Yes, my name is Julia Willis, and I also live in Dayton and lost my internet service. I appreciate you listening today, and so very much appreciate hearing so many voices on this. I am currently disabled and a caregiver. I rely on Medicaid to have basic access to healthcare. In the past, when I was able-bodied and working, and when I lived in other states, I happily paid taxes. You know, not just even being just a healthy young person, I knew what taxes were for. Even though, you know, I was from here, and I don't know that I knew as a young person that there wasn't an income tax, but I knew that I thought that everybody paid taxes. So, you know, they pay for healthcare, education, roads. You know, we just heard a whole bunch more things that they pay for that everyone, absolutely everyone in the community benefits from. I love my snow plowers and my garbage workers, and you know, it's just like I'm completely astounded that our government has used, you know, devoted CARES Act money to bail out oil and gas once again when we are in multiple crises here in the state, economic, mental health, a pandemic that's killing people. You know, like making cuts to public health right now at this time, at any time really, but at this time, my heart breaks. I can't even fathom it. You know, we can't keep up with testing. We don't have the capacity to contract, trace. Healthcare is being rationed. We may lose our local hospitals. Right now, we need to support our schools, our young people, support our local hospitals and our care providers that we all need really just to live here and, you know, even just to survive, much less to have a good life. The only way for our whole society to survive and thrive is to invest in the most vulnerable people. We can't have a few people thriving while others are literally dying. You don't cut teachers on life-saving healthcare. We need to invest in the people of Wyoming, and that means creating new revenue streams, including an income tax. And, you know, I think that can look a lot of different ways, but it's not, you know, it's normal in most places. You know, we don't really get to be an exception forever, and we are in a crisis now. It's time to have real, you know, long-term solutions and not, you know, I may not have loved seeing, you know, the taxes coming out from my income, but I was never against it. I didn't know that I'd become disabled, but I knew that I would need something someday, at least, you know, when I retired. You know, we never know what's going to happen to us. I had no idea I would become so ill and disabled at such a young age, and you just don't know. We absolutely need to get that money from the federal government, expand Medicaid, and we do need to have fair taxation, not in a way that, you know, hurts the most vulnerable people, but there are plenty of people who have plenty to spread around, and it's, you know, the grocery workers, the food workers, you know, who are working hard every day, and you know, our healthcare workers. I mean, we have to, you know, we have to support all of us here. We have to support all of us, and the only way to do that is to come together around this. We need to have fair taxation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Willis. Any questions from the committee? I am not seeing any, Ms. Willis, but certainly appreciate having you today. Enjoy your holiday season.
Thank you.
With that, committee, thank you for indulging me for about an hour of public comment. We're going to have some closing thoughts from our Director of Revenue about some things on the upcoming horizon this committee should be addressing. And well, with that, let's go to Mr. Noble. Go ahead, Mr. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Dan Noble again with the Department of Revenue. Last year, the legislature passed House Bill 134, which was has been referred to as the statewide lodging tax. Everything seemed to be going quite well. And then we started looking through what the impact of this would be. And we recognized that there may have been kind of an inadvertent impact on what this actually did. There's currently an exemption on the books right now as it relates to the collection of lodging tax from guides and outfitters. And the way that exemption is written, it says that the sales of lodging services provided by a person known in the trade as a guide or outfitter is exempt from the excise tax imposed in Wyoming Statute 3915-204. That is the local option tax portion of the lodging tax. Well, when the House Bill 134 was imposed, that created the statewide lodging tax, and that exists in 3915-104 and not in 204. So the exemption that is out here currently only points to the local piece of that. So in other words, they would be exempt from the local piece of it, which as of January 1 will be 2%, but they will be subject to the taxes on the statewide basis, which is 3% plus a 2% guarantee. I think it's an inadvertent, I don't know if it'd be a drafting error, but an oversight as it relates to how the imposition of this tax actually took an exemption and bifurcated it, I guess is what I would say. I'm not sure how to approach it, but I hearken back to the days when the Department of Revenue discovered that water in Wyoming was taxable. Mrs. Burton was the director at that point in time, and she brought it to the legislature's attention and didn't impose the tax until the legislature had an opportunity to weigh in on whether it should be exempt or not. And I think this is appropriate in this case because I truly believe that this was probably, if nothing else, an oversight as it relates to how the passage of the statewide lodging tax would impact one of the exemptions that had been passed years ago. So with that, I'll just wanted the committee to be aware of it. I don't even know whether this could be something that could be resolved as a drafting error. My guess is that it probably would need to go through the legislature to weigh in on it, but I'm kind of seeking some advice and trying to figure out how we move forward from this. I'm told my administrator for the excise tax division to hold off imposing the tax on guides and outfitters until we've had a chance to at least run it by you folks and give the legislature an opportunity to act on it, if you will. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Well, thank you, Director Noble. I guess I would personally say it's a little dangerous for you to not enforce the act as you believe it's written without at least an Attorney General opinion citing that. With water, I can understand how that may have been, let's wait a year. I may have different thoughts, but I guess I would encourage you to at least check with the Attorney General's office, ensure that if you haven't yet, they agree with the department that with what you previously stated, basically. But I guess it's a small potatoes thing in the grand scheme of revenue in Wyoming. I know it'll upset outfitters and guides, but I guess I would certainly, as a committee chairman, not tell you to not enforce a law. Also, because I would not be completely surprised if at least one or two legislators may have known what they were doing. With that, Sweeney, you have a question?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to recollect that we had the debate on outfitters and guides on the floor, and we ultimately took that out. So my recollection is this is I would tend to agree with the one notion of a drafting error is my thought process, but maybe I have a hard time remembering things anymore, so maybe it's not correct, but that would be my take, Mr. Chairman.
I'd say you've done your due diligence bringing it to this committee. You'd continue to run that by, I guess, LSO if they have. I'm not sure which attorney drafted the bill, but you might run that by the legislative branch attorney and the executive branch attorney general, and make your decision at that point. But at least I would caution you not to follow the law unless you have an interpretation that says differently. But Senator Case, thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I kind of like the way this turned out, actually. But anyway, and I'm in the lodging business, everybody. So let me just say that I actually opposed this bill at the time. So, but I think it's kind of dangerous for the committee to give direction about whether to impose a tax or not. The lodging bill did not come from this committee. It was, it wasn't a piece of our work. So I would kind of leave it at that. I think it's kind of dangerous to have a tax that is enforceable on the books that we are not going to enforce. Certainly we could turn around a bill to remove the lodging tax if that were the ultimate thing that we wanted to do, to remove it from outfitters and guides. But I have a hard time thinking that a committee can give direction to the Department of Revenue to not enforce a tax.
Okay, hopefully that helps in your deliberations.
Mr. Chairman, it actually does. I think the thing that it's going to create is that I've got to segregate the guides and outfitters, and they will be getting a different tax return than all other lodging vendors, because they will not be subject to the local option taxes as it relates to lodging, but they will be subject to the statewide tax. So it will create some manual processes for a while anyway.
Best of luck. I'm not sure what else to say.
Thank you.
Yep. We've all got our problems. After 2 days of revenue committee meetings, yeah.
Says the chairman who's leaving the revenue committee. That's very fun.
So with that committee, as stated, this is, I believe, Representative Dayton Selman's last official legislative committee meeting, unless she decides to run in a subsequent term, which would always be encouraged, Joanne. But at least as a committee chairman for the last 2 years, and as someone who sat a couple seats down from you, and just wanted to express my thanks. And it's been great working with you and some of the conversations we've had over the years. The legislature and the state of Wyoming owes you a debt, and I hope people in your district certainly appreciate the work you've done on their behalf. So, anything you'd like to say, Representative Dayton Selman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have enjoyed it. I think I'm going to enjoy my time away from the legislature for a while, but I wish you all a happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Senator Kay.
Mr. Chairman, there's lots of people on this committee that aren't going to be returning to serve on this committee, but they'll be serving the legislature good things. I want everybody to know I appreciate all the perspectives, and thank you so much for your diligence and for your attentiveness to all these things. And it's Revenue Committee's got to be the hardest committee there is, and we have different viewpoints, and I just appreciate the civility that you've extended me and all of you as you move to new roles, especially you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I think that in the history of the legislature, you and I have co-chaired maybe more committee meetings than anybody else in 3 different roles. And I have always had the highest admiration for you. And I want you to know that I will miss your work on this committee, and you have my very best wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. And I will take Senator Driscoll and Representative Roscoe with me as well to ease the burden on this committee. So thank you, Revenue Committee members, for all the great work the last 2 years. Wish you the best over the holiday season. Representative Roscoe, give a closing comment. Go ahead.
Well, I do. I appreciate everybody on this too, but I do think that, hope it's not too loud for you, Chairman Case.
It's loud, but
I'm curious. We are in historic times, and we have made cuts. Getting back to Representative Western's point, and I'm just curious what the end game is for us. What? And you can email me this. You don't need to tell me right now, but what is our end game? What do we want Wyoming to look like, and are we moving in that direction? And it doesn't seem like we are, and it does concern me. So other than that, have a happy New Year and a Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Senator Baldwin, go ahead.
I just wanted to quickly point out, I think Representative Roscoe is requesting to stay on Revenue Committee.
And I also appreciate the work of our two good attorneys this past term as well, Josh and Ted. Reverend Sweeney, closing comment?
I just wanted to thank Joanne for a rookie legislator. You certainly helped me a great deal, and appreciated working on labor health and other committees with you, and you'll be sorely missed. So appreciate you, and appreciate the chairman's good work. Good luck with corporations again. So, and leaving the rest of us behind. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Well, with that committee, we will officially adjourn our last Revenue Committee meeting of 2020. Oh, Representative Hallinan, sorry, blue hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I'm going to miss my two favorite Democrats on this committee next year. I'm going to miss Joanne, and I'll miss Kathy. So I think they've done a good job, and I do appreciate their help on this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you, Representative Hallinan. I just joke around, on behalf of all the other Democrats on the committee, Joanne and I are thrilled to be at the top of the list.
All right. Have a great Friday. Merry Christmas.